Welcome to the jungle, everyone. Oh boy! All right, it's game one without Joe Burrow of the 2025 season. That's gonna be fun. But you know, as far as this specific game goes, the Vikings are playing a backup quarterback as well, and historically we've done well against Carson Wentz specifically. I believe we've played him twice. We won one of those games and we tied a different game, but we've never lost to Carson Wentz, so that's important. By the way, yeah, I know, Jeff. We did just do this 2 years ago. That was very unfortunate. If y'all were here for the Thursday night game with me and Mikey, I think I mentioned I was doing like a Vikings podcast. Like they wanted me to come on and talk about the Bengals, and it was me, and it was L.A. Bengals fan from I forget what his show is, but it's another Bengals centric show. More Bengals centric than I think my show is. I think they're like all Bengals. I'm like a Bengals fan who talks about the NFL, right? But real quick, I'm going to go ahead and put the link to that in the chat in case y'all want to see it. All right. So there you go. If y'all want to see I mean, it's a preview, so, you know, obviously it's not going to really be terribly relevant once this game starts. But just in case y'all want to see it, you know, they were real good. They were chill people. You know, there was a little bit of trash talk, but it wasn't anything like, you know, like problematic or anything. But it was a fun time, you know, and those are good guys. So Jim, you might like him since you're a Vikings fan, so you might consider checking out that podcast as well. But yeah, I had some fun with that. Okay, now it's only going to like my face over here. I like that better. I don't know how I got it to do that, but that's better. Okay, so anyway, TikTok. Oh, I guess it's on TikTok too, so I'll put that in chat as well. All right, he literally just sent me the TikTok link. Not entirely sure why, but you know, if you want to see the TikTok link, it's a much longer link. Good lord. I don't even think I can do all that. Okay, never mind. I'm not going to send the TikTok link. It won't let me. It's too long of a link. But I did. My dad sent me the inactives list, so I don't actually have to like look them up this time. Or he sent me notable inactives list, and that was only for the Bengals. So notably, Tanner Hudson. I don't know how notable he is since he's like he's basically the fourth string tight end. I mean, that's kind of notable, I guess. But, I mean, we got Mike Gesicki, we got Noah Fant, we got Drew Sample, and those are guys who you really pay attention to. The only real notable absence for the Bengals today sounds like it's going to be Cam Taylor-Britt, which is a thing. I'm not entirely sure I care that much about not having Cam Taylor-Britt because, like, it just means we'll see more of Josh Newton, and I like Josh Newton, and we're not stopping Justin Jefferson anyway. So, you know, I mean, G.J. Turner's going to have to cover Justin Jefferson, which he's not. I don't think he's going to do well at, but maybe he does and he surprises us. I don't know. But even if he doesn't, I didn't have expectations that Cam Taylor-Britt was going to stop Justin Jefferson either. I went on the Let's Skull podcast, and my prediction, I think I might have mentioned this on Thursday, was that Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase are going to combine for 5 touchdowns between them today. So that means probably one of them's going to get 2 and the other one's going to get 3, or whatever, you know, distribution of that. I do have the Bengals winning. As Jeff said, no skull today. I do have the Bengals winning because I believe in Jake Browning. I do. I don't like the idea of being without Joe Burrow. I really don't. But I've said for a while now we've got basically one of, if not the best backup situation in the NFL. Not that Jake Browning is the single most talented backup in the NFL or the most experienced or whatever. But I think he is the guy who's best fit for taking over specifically for Joe Burrow. And getting this team through a situation where they lose Joe Burrow. I think Jake Browning is a really good guy for that specifically. It's basically why Desmond Ridder had no hope this offseason. By the way, Desmond Ridder signing with the Vikings to be Carson Wentz's backup is interesting. But we signed Brett Rippon, who was just on the Vikings, so I'm not worried about any. Like, I mean, if there's any counterintelligence going on there, it's certainly not going to be a big problem for us, I don't think. All right. I'm going to go ahead and try to get this game up because, I mean, I know we still got a few minutes, but I want to make sure that I'm ready to go. There we go. Oh, Chris Collinsworth is selling cars, people. Like, I don't really like, dude. Like, it sounds weird to say as a Bengals fan, but I don't really like Chris Collinsworth. I find him flat. I find like he seems like the kind of guy who, when he was younger, would have been kind of one of those like creepy dudes. And you also know that because some of the quotes from him. I'm not trying to tear down Chris Collinsworth's character. I'm just saying I personally am not the biggest fan of Chris Collinsworth because I just find him as an announcer, I find him to be bland and annoying. And an example of what, like, one of the shining examples of why I don't like TV announcers, and why I think that, you know, why up until I started doing these games myself, why I have always been of the opinion that I prefer to listen to like Tom Grossi or Brandon Perna or whatever stream a game. And now I'm hoping that people think that of me. And if not, then, you know, it is what it is. But some of y'all are here, so that's fun, right? Might need to turn my... let's see, gain. Maybe we do that a little bit. No, that's not really helping anything. Might need to turn my volume down just a little bit so it doesn't hit that. Oh, no, God, no. Sorry if I destroyed anybody's headphones. I'm just trying to make sure that I'm like quieting my voice down a little bit here, but it was peaking on the microphone a little bit, and I don't want that too much. So, what's up, folks? Today's lunch, DIY burrito bowl. Forget Chipotle, at least not today. Hope your game day meals are awesome. Yeah, I wouldn't. If you have a sensitive stomach, I definitely wouldn't eat Chipotle and watch this game because it's gonna. I think there's gonna be a lot of back and forth. There's gonna be a lot of stupid, and there's gonna be a lot of stupid on both sides, right? Like, I mean, these are two franchises who are known for shooting themselves in the foot at inopportune times. Just think about the last time the Bengals and Vikings. Not the last time they played each other, but the last time when Joe Burrow played the Vikings, like with the Dalvin Cook fumble at the end, and prior to that, the Bengals were shooting themselves in the foot. So, I mean, I think my most confident prediction is this is going to be a dumb game that's going to make both fan bases want to like just rub their temples in frustration. I do think the Bengals are going to come away with the win because I believe in Jake Browning, but. You know, somebody on Twitter asked earlier, like, you know, what's your confidence level on a scale of 1 to 10? And I said, well, if a 5 out of 10, if that's 50-50, because, like, I don't know, right? Like, does a 4 out of 10 mean that you're more confident that they won't win or that you're not as confident in the win, right? I'm a little confused how that works. But to me, I think if you can just stipulate that a 5 out of 10 means you're 50-50 in this game, then I'm about a 5 out of 10. I think the Bengals could win. I think that there's a decent chance they do win. I also think there's a decent chance that they fuck it up. But boy, would it be really nice to be 3-0 after this game. Like man, that's going to feel really good about potentially, still making a playoff run after all this. And then potentially getting Joe Burrow back for the playoff run. Right, and in theory, like, because he had surgery on Friday and it was successful, no complications. So it should be, I want to say, about week 15 when he'd be on schedule to come back. Right, so week 15, 16, 17, those are 3 back-to-back relatively easy-ish games. So it seems to me like a good a good ramp-up period to get Joe Burrow back if indeed he's ready to go and Jake Browning isn't like ball. If Jake Browning's balling out, then you might have to have a conversation, right? But if Joe Burrow's ready to go and Jake Browning's just kind of like getting them there, but it's not like he's a big reason for it, then you pretty much got to go with Joe Burrow at that point, right? But I think week 15 is roughly about that target based off of the numbers I'm hearing, and if that's the case, then you'll basically have a 3-game ramp up period for the playoffs. So we got to win. I responded to Brett Coleman. I'll catch up with y'all's comments here in a second, by the way. But Brett Coleman on Twitter, I was talking on, responding to him on Twitter as well. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. You got 12 games, essentially, that you're almost certainly going to be without Joe Burrow. And hopefully you get him back after that. But you got 12 games, and we're 2-0 right now. So we really just need to get to enough games that if we win those last 3, then we win, 10 games. That's like the minimum I think you want to get to, right? I mean, you'd rather be over that so you can be at 10 games regardless of if there's a screw up there. But you at least want to at least, I think, be at 7 wins by the time week 15 rolls around, which means you need to get 5 of the next 12. Like that doesn't seem too hard, right? Like just for Jake Browning to be good enough to win 5 of 12 games, I think that can be done, right? Jake has way too many starts for a backup. Yeah, we can talk about that as well, Jeff. That's certainly a thing. Bengals could win, but no way scoring 30 on our defense with Browning. Why not? Jake Browning, he scored 30 on the Jaguars defense, and they were pretty good. Most of that was Jake Browning, by the way. I don't see why not scoring 30. I think both these teams could score over 30, and that's like I think if the Vikings win, it's going to be more like 35-31 or something like that, right? I do think it's going to be a higher scoring game though. 24-20 Vikings. We're still the home team. Take down Browning. I hope you're wrong. We're playing Jim's team. We sure are. Bengals got lucky last week. We did a little bit. We definitely got lucky in week 1. Last week, I don't know if it was so much luck as it was just staying focused. We stayed focused enough to get going. Some of those turnovers were kind of lucky, but didn't the Vikings just get like beat pretty badly by the Falcons? So I wouldn't worry about that too much myself. Bengals are not the home team. Not a shock if you do win. Yeah. The fact that it's in Minnesota definitely is a boon for the Vikings. I wouldn't be surprised if the Vikings win this one. But I'm just saying I think I'm like 51% that the Bengals are going to win. So I'm not convinced, but I think maybe. My dad said the Bengals won the toss, so I didn't see that even happen on the TV here, but I guess the Bengals won the toss. So I don't know who's going to get the ball first, but I know if I was the Bengals, I would kick first. And that is indeed what they're doing. The Bengals are going to get the ball first in the second half, which is a very smart strategic thing, I think. I've got the good guys winning 28-24, which I think is fair given Cincy playing with a backup against a backup. Yeah, the Bengals historically in recent years have not done well against backups, but it's a new defensive coordinator, and we have done well against Carson Wentz, so there's that. Leather Turkey Video. Hooday, let's go. Let's go, Leather Turkey Video. I've never seen that name before, but that's a good name. I like that. All right, so kick return is out, and he gets smacked in the back. He gets turned around and like destroyed in the back there by number 24 Wilson. I should probably know the Bengals players at least, right? But I guess not. I will get my shit up here in a second. God damn it. Here we go. All right. So the Vikings are going to come out in first and 10 with Carson Wentz at about, the 30-yard line, I want to say, is where they are going to get the ball. 31-yard, it's a 36-yard line, my bad. All right, Carson Wentz under center. He is going to hand the ball off, and good Lord. No, man, there is a flag, though, so I'm hoping there's going to be a holding on the Vikings, but if not, Mason picks up about an 8-9-yard run there to the outside because the Bengals were not able to get there at all. They were basically just chasing him down. They're pointing at the Bengals, though. So, we'll see. Or at least I saw some pointing at the Bengals. I don't know. Jordan Mason, by the way, on the run. There's no foul on the play. Oh, wait, no, there is a foul on the play. Something on the Bengals, which is declined. Holding on. Oh, wait, no, on the Vikings. I'm sorry. Is indeed on the Vikings. Okay. I had my stuff turned around. I'm thinking the Bengals are on the other side, but I guess not. So it is going to be, it was 2 fouls on the play by the Vikings. I think illegal block in the back, which got declined, and then holding, so it's going to basically undo that run, which is good news for the Bengals. Just don't rush Joe back. Yeah, I wouldn't want to rush Joe back. Definitely don't want to rush Joe back, but the good news is this is the type of injury, like I said last time with the wrist, you know, this is the type of injury that you come back from and you should be fully recovered. That's what I hear anyway. All right, so it's going to be a pass to Justin Jefferson, a quick screen pass. And they do a good job of wrapping him up and only giving him like maybe a yard. There's a flag on the play, though. So 2 flags in 2 plays, and the Bengals look a little upset about this, so this one might be on them. What's the flag? I didn't even see what happened, really. Come on. Come on, defense. You got to be better. Personal foul, chop block, or cut below the knees, or something. It wasn't a chop block, obviously, because it's not a block. Oh, no, I guess it is a chop block. Okay, they're calling chop block on the Bengals. Zach Taylor's not happy about it, but let's see the replay. What happened? Dax Hill, yeah, that's chop block. Yeah, that definitely for sure. Now, well, okay, maybe not. You could argue. I think I see like Zach's arguing that he was going for the running back. Not running back. He was going for Justin. He was trying to tackle. He was going for the tackle. Dax Hill was. You could make that argument, but that's kind of ambiguous. So I don't mind the refs calling that one, honestly. All right, Carson Wentz is going to throw over the middle and wide open Justin Jefferson. Geno Stone says he didn't catch it, but he did. So, Leather Turkey video says 27-21 Cincinnati. Maybe. We'll see. Thanks for representing the Bengals. Absolutely, Discovery. There's not enough people doing it. There's not enough people. I mean, there's plenty of people representing the Bengals, but at least when I first started, there weren't enough people, like, streaming the Bengals games. There wasn't really anybody doing it at the time. I don't know if anybody does it now. I haven't really checked. But at the time, there wasn't anybody doing it. So I'm just trying to give people what I was hoping that I could receive. Carson Wentz dances out of pressure. He's going to throw way too high. Way too high for Adam Thielen. Unfortunately, the Bengals couldn't get a sack on him there. Trey Hendrickson getting really good pressure. But luckily, Carson Wentz is just way off target on that one. And he could have had... Yeah, he could have had Adam Thielen on that one because he had Josh Newton beat, but it was way too far. That was too far. So that's good for the Bengals, unfortunate for the Vikings. But I'm happy with it. Like I said, we're probably going to see a decent amount more of Josh Newton today, which I think is decent because he's pretty good. Wasn't very good on that play. All right, it's going to be a handoff to Jordan Mason to the right side. And I think Demetrius Knight's the one who ends up bringing him down, but after like a 5-yard gain, so it's going to be 3rd and 5 now. We need more of bad Carson. And we sure do. We sure do. Carson Wentz, notably, I actually looked this up. Carson Wentz has one of the lowest interception rates of like all time, which is like kind of crazy. But he's very safe with the ball. So, you know, I don't know if the Bengals are going to be getting a bunch of turnovers today, so they just need to play better defense than they have overall in this drive. Carson Wentz, there it is, and it's going to be a touchdown. That's going to be Josh Oliver, who was wide fucking open, and like I don't understand what the like this. I get zone defense, but in that case, like you just like especially that close to the goal line, like come on, man. Not close to the goal line, but like you're well into the red zone at that point. I've never really understood playing soft zone coverage in the red zone. I've just never understood it because it's way too easy for right. Like there you go. Like Josh Oliver is basically just able to cut, and because it's zone, the guy who was on him wasn't even thinking about staying on him, so you completely missed the zone there. All right, kick is up, and it's good, and that's a 7-0 Vikings start to the game. Wonderful. Hi, Kyle. I got Rams-Eagles on Fox today, watching a CBS game. Kitty goes meow at Vikings. Yep. Well, hopefully the Bengals beat the Vikings. We'll see. We'll see. Jake Browning's about to come out, and we're going to see what he's got. As far as Rams-Eagles go, that I know you don't like the Rams, so I know you're probably not terribly happy about that. Don't actually know how you feel about the Eagles, but I also know you're not really into football all that much, which is... I'm very honored that you come watch my show, which is a football show, but, you know, I have always found that a little strange. That coffee, get energized, because that Bengals defense did not look energized. They looked pretty bad. Pretty bad. There was some okay coverage on aspects of that, but like they kind of let the run gash them, and when they did get in the backfield, they kind of screwed up and did it in a way that drew flags, and yeah, I don't know. That was really sloppy defense on that first drive. So we'll see. We'll see. I don't fancy this Bengals defense giving up a touchdown to the Vikings on the first drive. Makes me worry about the pace for the rest of the game. Hopefully the boys can pivot and turn this around fast. And we'll have to see. So there was we got I did see we got a little bit of good injury news. The Vikings are planning on rotating Christian Darrisaw in and out because he's like sort of recovered from his injury but not all the way, which I'm hoping over time will give the Bengals pass rush a little bit more oomph, right? Because like rotating like if you got a guy, you like especially at a position like tackle, you want that guy in there, like rotating isn't a really good way to get a guy in rhythm in a game. So you're basically shooting both Christian Darrisaw and your and your backup in the foot. So I don't know. Maybe it works out, but I don't think it's really the best idea. Other inactives include obviously J.J. McCarthy, Tim Jones, Justin School. Interesting. Isn't he? I think he's Christian Darrisaw's backup. Also, Ryan Kelly's out. So their offensive line, I don't know. Our defensive line should be doing better if that is the state of their offensive line. Other than that, tight end Nick Vanette and defensive lineman Elijah Williams. So, yep. All right, Samaje Perine's going to take the kick return, and he gets just a little bit past the 25. I think maybe might have got to the 27 on the tumble. But they're going to come out in pretty standard position here. Yeah, Christian Darrisaw and Harrison Smith are both active today, I think was the thing I was trying to say. But both of them are expected to be on like a rotation type of thing. So we'll see. We'll see. We'll see if it works. Hopefully it doesn't. All right, 1st and 10. Harrison Smith's definitely not out there right now, I can tell you that. All right, it's going to be a pitch to Chase Brown, and he gets tackled in the backfield. That was awful. Like, it was looking like he might be able to find a run lane, but no, absolutely awful run blocking there. It was terrible. Good Lord. That was not good at all. I feel like that's the usual Bengals D on the first drive. Yeah, you're not entirely wrong, Jeff. I'm not panicking about the defense just yet. Definitely not panicking about the defense just yet. Like, they tend to get better over time, at least this year, this version of the defense. Actually, they really kind of always have. Like, over the course of a game, they tend to get better. Jamar Chase is going to take the wide receiver screen, and once again, the blocking is not helping at all. And I think he got a yard. I think he did get a yard. So we're back to 3rd and 10 now, I think. Or no, because Chase Brown lost a little bit more in a yard, so we're probably going to be at like 3rd and 11 or 3rd and 12 or something. Not a great start to the game. Oh, that's right. I gotta go pick that up. I'll go get that after the game, I guess. It's 3rd and 10. Okay, so we did get back to the original line of scrimmage at least. Jake Browning is in shotgun formation. Got Samaje Perine back there. Looks like he's audibling a little bit, so maybe he sees something. He's got a rush, but he throws, and that is dropped by Jamar Chase. He had Jamar Chase, but that was never going to be a first down. And Jamar Chase is too close to the ground, and that's a 3 and out for the Bengals offense. So not very good if you're the Bengals and you're hoping to come away with, some Jake Browning magic. That's not a good way to start the game. I'll tell you that right now. Anyone the Rams is good. Anyone thinks the Rams is good? I'm into football on the field during the season. I think the Rams hater in me says I don't like football. The sports fan in me likes football. Okay. All right, I understand. Okay, I think I understand your mentality a little bit more, John. That totally makes sense. I think if the Bengals moved from Cincinnati, I think I would also kind of hate football, to be honest with you. I mean, I'd keep watching because I love football, but I also philosophically might hate football at that point. On the return, the Bengals do a pretty good job of corralling him, give him a couple of yards, and the first guy did miss, but the rest of the team got there pretty quickly, and so Vikings are going to get the ball about the 25. Now the defense, it was a rough first drive. It's okay. Let's come out. Let's do better the second drive. I will try not to let the Rams trigger me this week. Sorry about last week. It's okay, John. You're allowed to express whatever you need to express. It was, I think for your sake, the Rams are going to be the Rams, man. I don't like the Rams either. They beat us in the Super Bowl, but it is what it is, right? I think it might be a while. It might be a pretty decent amount of time. But if the NFL ever expands, I think St. Louis will be on the top of the list to get a new team, to be honest with you. And I wouldn't be... Expansion seems like it's in the NFL's future, right? Because the game keeps growing. They keep not really... despite the fact that they do some unpopular things, none of the things they do cause their market share to go down. So I wouldn't be shocked if they move to, what would be the next logical thing, right? You basically have to put... You'd have to put 8 more. So, you'd have to go to 40 teams, right? You have to go to 40 teams to keep the divisions relatively even. You could even, expand to, 36 teams and, kind of go back to where you had it before expansion. And you could have divisions somewhat uneven, but you could, try to maneuver it so it makes sense or something like that. And also, I don't know if... I think they care more about profit than they do about keeping the sport fair anyway. So I would imagine the NFL probably will expand one day, and I would think St. Louis would probably be near the top of the list as far as a team to get, as far as a city to get another team. Now they would have to be willing to build another stadium, which I think that was part of the reason they lost the Rams in the first place. But we'll see. A terrible first drive in which they accomplished absolutely nothing. I'm not liking this start by the entire squad. Yeah, it's definitely a bad first couple of drives, Jay. Not good. But, their first drive against the Jaguars on offense last week with Jake Browning wasn't good either. They came back and they won the game. So I'm not panicking right now. It's the beginning of the first quarter. We'll see what happens. Now, if the Vikings get another touchdown, I'm going to start not feeling so good. But if the defense can get at least off the field here, then I think it might be still okay. Carson Wentz under center. He's going to hand the ball off to Jordan Mason, and the Bengals, there you go. They do a good job. I think they do give him a couple more yards than I'd want them to give him on a good run stop, but they still only hold him to about 2 or 3 yards, so that's not too bad. It's not too bad. It is really weird that Carson Wentz has been on 6, and he was once the number 2 overall pick. And he looked like he was going to be the next big thing in Philly, and then he gets hurt, and he gets replaced, and now he's on his 6th NFL team in 6 years. That is kind of wild. To have such a fast fall from grace, like Carson Wentz has had. I know Carson Wentz was never the GOAT or anything, but in 2016 he looked like a potential MVP candidate before he got hurt. Anyway, Jordan Mason's going to take that handoff. And is going to find a decent running lane there. Bengals doing an okay job of getting push on the line there, so that's potentially encouraging. But they're still not doing a great job of making impact plays, so they need to do a better job of that. Maybe a tackle for loss or something like that would really help. And I think the Vikings false started. Trey Hendrickson just walks across the line, and he's like, yep. So. False start on the Vikings. That'll help. It'll pretty much put the Vikings in a must-pass situation here, though. And that was Christian Darrisaw. So, Vikings talking about how having him back is going to be such a boon, but he's also got to go up against Trey fucking Hendrickson, and that wasn't a good play right there. That false start. I think Trey Hendrickson might have gotten his head a little bit. But now it's a must-pass situation. They're not going to run the ball here. Although the Bengals are in bear formation for some reason. I don't quite understand that. Carson Wentz, shotgun snap. He's going to roll back, and he's got a lot of pressure, but he gets out of the pressure, and he's going to take the sack. He could not find anywhere to go with that ball, and eventually the entire Bengals defensive line collectively gets a sack. I think Chris Jenkins might have been the one who got the first major push there. Let me see. You also had Demetrius Knight rushing there. That's pretty cool. I'm sorry. Demetrius Knight's the one who actually disrupted the play, and Miles Murphy is the one who actually ends up. If you were going to credit one person with that sack, I think you'd credit Miles Murphy. But I think you, at the very least, like the way that stats work, I think they're going to give it both to Miles Murphy and Chris Jenkins. But that was a great play by Miles Murphy to kind of shut, because it looked like Carson Wentz was going to make something happen there, and Miles Murphy shut it down. But also a great play by Demetrius Knight. Charlie Jones reverses field on the punt return. Nice. And he manages to pick up about 10 yards extra than he should have gotten. So the Bengals going to have the ball about midfield. And, let's see if Jake Browning can take advantage of this. Battlehawks have 40K attendance, so St. Louis definitely needs a team. That's what I'm saying, Jeff. The Battlehawks were by far and away probably the most successful of all of the XFL teams. I don't think it was even close. I don't think they had the biggest, fan base. They may not have been the most profitable on TV, because I don't think they had the biggest, fan base across the country or anything like that, as much as any XFL team had a fan base, But I think the Battlehawks were I think maybe proof that St. Louis can handle, and not just can handle, but is a good destination for an NFL team, They potentially need to play ball a little bit more with an NFL owner. And I think, by the way, I want to be absolutely clear, I think that's bullshit. I think the NFL owners make so much fucking money that it should be on them to build the fucking stadium. I think there's so much money in the NFL that, cities should, cities should be responsible for infrastructure and, roadways and making sure everything's ready for an NFL team to have the best whatever they can get. But the idea that, cities need to be paying for part of the stadium, to me, just seems silly. I think the stadiums should be built by the NFL owners and owned by the NFL owners. I think the city should not have any possession of the NFL stadiums. If an owner decides to move a team or something, the city should have the option to buy the stadium or something like that. But I don't feel that cities should be required to help pay for stadiums. I think they should be required to, pay for other aspects, but not the stadiums. I think the NFL owners make enough money that I think it's their responsibility to put a stadium out there. Personally, that's my feeling. I know that wasn't really possible probably up until the last 20, 30 years. But now it's I don't understand why cities still have to pay part of the NFL stadium cost. Rams versus Kitty Goes Meow Super Bowl is when I started to like the Bengals more. I was rooting hard for KGM in that Super Bowl. And they're showing Joe Burrow getting hit. I'm thinking they're showing the injury. Why are we showing a replay of Joe Burrow's injury, man? We don't got to do that. That's when I started to like the Bengals more. I was rooting hard for KGM in that Super Bowl. We did have plans for a stadium by the river. Yeah, but I don't know what happened with that. To be fair, maybe Stan Kroenke bombed it. I don't know. All right, it's going to be a jet sweep to Jamar Chase, and he's going to take it and does a good job. There you go. Picks up almost about 10 yards. I don't think he quite got it, but it's going to be second in inches after that. So that's a good offensive play. That's what we need after the first series. Definitely doing better on the second series so far. Yeah, I can imagine why you'd like the Bengals a little bit more after they played against the Rams. But I'm happy that you did not abandon the Bengals after they lost to the Rams. And then it looks like I think Jake Browning's just gonna do the quarterback sneak there. I don't even think it was a tush push. I just think it was just a straight sneak. But they got it. First down, Bengals. The owner made the city look bad because he wanted more money in LA. I don't know. Like I said, I don't feel that cities should have to pay for NFL stadiums in the first place. I know leverage dictates they might have to, but I think that's ridiculous that the NFL owners don't pay for the stadiums themselves. All right, Jake Browning's a high throw to Noah Fant, but he does come down with it, and he's open enough that he manages to wrestle his way for a first down. So that was not the best throw by Jake Browning, but Noah Fant makes it work. So that's why you bring in a guy like Noah Fant. Very talented football player. Gotta love it. A guy who in the past has been kind of pushed around in the NFL, never really found quite a place, despite being a former first-round pick. But if there's one thing Cincinnati's known for, it's finding a place for tight ends who haven't worked out quite anywhere else. Chase Brown fumbles on the handoff, but he does get back on top of it. He immediately notices he's fumbling, and luckily that ball bounces back into his hands, so we have that disaster avoided. But only picks up a yard on first down. So, but luckily that's the type of play, because it didn't turn into a disaster, that you can just be like, okay, you know what? It was a minorly inconvenient first down play. So second and third down, we're going to do better, right? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, Chase Brown. You got back on top of it. It's just, bad plays happen. We're not going to focus too much on that. Jake Browning, shotgun formation. He's got Drew Sample in the backfield with him, and gets out of pressure a little bit, steps up. He's going to throw, and oh no, it's intercepted. He threw it, and oh my God, is it going to be a pick six? It's going to be a fucking pick six. Oh my God, are you absolutely fucking kidding me? Rodgers of the Vikings, Jake Browning throwing it. It was, I don't know what he's doing there. But Isaiah Rodgers gets the pick six. I need to see a replay here, because Jake Browning's over here throwing off his back foot, does a great job of getting out of pressure, and finds an open guy, but just because of the way he's throwing that ball, it's too short. Man, and all that momentum we were building is just fucking gone now. Man, what a fucking downer. Yeah, he had Chase Brown. He had Chase Brown open too, and he just threw it a little too short, and that turns into a pick six. Fuck. Not anymore, Jeff. All right, kick is up, and the Vikings take a 14-0 lead. Good fucking shit, dude. God damn it. You know, the good news is it's still the first quarter. The good news is it's still the first quarter, and the offense was kind of getting going there. So Jake Browning just needs to be better. That was 100% on Jake Browning, though. But offensive line didn't do a great job. But 100% on Jake Browning there. But all we need to do is just come back. You know, the defense looked good on the last drive. Let's do that again. Offense get going, and we do get the ball first in the second half. So, I mean, it's a simple prospect to come back from this. You know, the fact that we were starting to get going, you can still hold on to that. You don't, that sucks. The momentum's gone now, but you can at least know that, you know, you can at least feel comfortable in the idea that maybe they can build that momentum back up, right? There are a lot of videos on YouTube about how Rams owner Stan Kroenke screwed over St. Louis. I know there are. I haven't watched any of them, but I know there are. I've never really liked it when teams move anyway. And I've always kind of I'm a big Seattle Supersonics. Well, was a big Seattle Supersonics fan when I was a kid. Now they don't exist. But I do still have a Gary Payton jersey. And that's actually a jersey I bought, more recently than 2008 because, it fits me. But I do have a Gary Payton jersey from the Sonics, and I didn't like it when teams moved before the Sonics moved, but now I really hate it. Right? I even thought it was okay. I'm not gonna lie. When the Browns moved in, what was it, '96? I thought that was funny, but that was because I was a petty 4-year-old. Sorry, I was 4 years old, right? But as I got older, I'm I don't really like that. That's dumb. The teams, I know the teams belong to the owners, but they really belong to the cities, right? I really don't like that NFL owners have that much power to move the fucking franchise, right? But they also legally do have that power, so you got to exist in the world that you exist in. But I've never liked it when teams move for basically any reason. I think that's ridiculous. The Bengals have always found a way to make it work with Cincinnati, so I respect them for that. Even though this most recent time, I felt like they were kind of being shitty about it. And from what I've heard, they weren't not shitty about it last time. It was a whole big hullabaloo last time, too. But at the end of the day, they've always made it work despite the tension. And despite the fact that the results haven't always exactly been there to make the city super willing to be as compliant as maybe some other cities would be, like, New York or something like that, right? But the Bengals front office have always managed to keep him here, so give them that credit. And now they're here for at least another decade, so they might constantly piss me off and break my heart, but they are my team, so I'd rather keep them. All right, kickoff is away, and that's going to be a shorter one. It's going to 10, 20, gets past one guy, can't get past the second guy, and gets out to about the 25-ish yard line. I take back what I said about doing so much better. Well, we were, Jeff. We really were, and then Jake Browning throws off of his he throws off of his back foot and just gets completely wrong leverage on that one. He had Chase Brown. Like, see, what I'm saying, what I was just saying was, like, they're doing better. Like, the defense had a good drive. The offense was having a good drive. It was one mistake fucked them over. And it was the worst possible punishment you can have for a mistake like that. But anyway, the offense is going to come back out, so they're going to have a chance to right the ship here, hopefully. Chase Brown's going to get the handoff, and he not doing a great job running the ball today. Got about, I want to say, 2 yards on that one. 2nd and 8. And the Bengals might need some coffee. They might still be asleep out there. Don't have an operation of Jake's mind, but what was he thinking? Jay, what he was thinking was Chase Brown was open. Like a better throw, that's a first down to Chase Brown easily, right? But his fundamentals were off. That's what happened. Like, he threw the ball in a stupid way, and it didn't get where he wanted it to go. It's going to be another handoff to Chase Brown, and he gets nothing. And, man, our run... I will say, the offensive line is much better at pass protecting than they used to be, and I don't blame the offensive line on Joe Burrow's injury. But they are not very good at run blocking this year. That's a big fucking problem. Pick 6. Up yours, Jim. Up yours. But you see, I want to point something out. This is trash talk. This is trash talk. What that Jaguars fan was doing last week was garbage. That's trash talk. Trash talk's allowed. You're allowed to talk trash. Fuck you, by the way, but you're allowed to talk trash. Jake Browning takes the shotgun snap. He's going to roll back, and he gets out of a sack, but cannot get out of the second one. And good Lord, that was just an absolutely putrid showing by the offense after. And it looked like they were scared as fuck after that interception, running the ball twice with Chase Brown, but they were telegraphing the run. And then on the third play, Jake Browning comes out, and he looks like he hasn't shaked off any of the cobwebs from the interception. So I don't, I'm not, in general, I like Zach Taylor's headspace on, the way he, works sometimes with, the way he has to transition and pivot. But he did not help Jake Browning pivot at all on that, and I'm not gonna take the blame off of Jake Browning. I'm just gonna say, if I was calling the plays there, I would have definitely tried to do something a little bit more effective than that. And is that a fumble? Is that a fumble? I don't think they're calling it a fumble, because the Bengals defense is coming out on the field. But it looked like he might have fumbled the punt, but he might have been down before the ball came out. The Bengals did recover. Whatever happened, the Bengals got the ball at the end of it. But I think they're saying he was down, and I would need to see a replay. Since we're on I wonder if I can do that. I think I can. Cool. I can actually do my own replays here. All right. Punt is away. And so that's going to be a catch, and he gets down to about the 42 where he gets taken down. Yeah, okay, he was well down. He was well down. Yeah, the ground knocked the ball out. He wasn't protecting the ball very well, but he managed to maintain possession entirely. You would basically on the replay that I saw there, unless you're looking at a replay and you're saying oh, maybe that ball wobbled before his hand hit the ground. But from what I didn't see any evidence on the one angle that I had that was the case. So the Vikings are going to get the ball in good field position, and this is not turning into a good start for the Bengals so far. Yeah. and give the defense some credit for it. It's not really their fault. Like, the first drive was bad, but they had a good second drive, and then Jake Brown, and then the offense was doing well, and then Jake Browning imploded on one play, and then they couldn't get anything going on the next drive, and now the Vikings have great field position with a 14-0 lead in the first quarter. So, little mistakes. That's the thing. That's the thing. The fact that it's the first quarter, and it's just little mistakes that are screwing them over, and otherwise they look pretty evenly matched. Like they look like they can really kind of like get going. It makes me think like, a comeback's on the table, but man, they're just really making it really hard on themselves right now. I'll tell you that right now. It's not looking good so far. Like I said, we need 5 wins in the next 12 games. This doesn't have to be one of them. It doesn't have to be against the Vikings that we get one of our 5 wins. It'd be really nice though, because other than that, we get, like, after the Vikings, we got Broncos, which their defense is definitely pretty good. Then you got Lions, who are potentially a problem. Packers, Steelers, we'll see. Jets, maybe, I don't know. Bears shouldn't have too much of a problem. Then the Steelers again, Patriots, Ravens, Bills, Ravens, right? So, getting 5 wins if you don't get this Vikings game, I mean, it's doable, but you're not feeling nearly as good about it. Carson Wentz going around in the backfield, nice! That's going to be another sack. I'm guessing the defensive backs must be playing coverage really well. I did not see who. I think it was Joseph Osai who got the sack, and then it was 69 who helped him finish it. I don't even know who 69 is off the top of my head. Mike Pennell. That's why I don't know him, is because he's relatively new. They signed him before last week's game, but still relatively new. All right, well, it's going to be 2nd and 15 now. So, the defense really got to come through. The defense has really got to, like, if the defense can come through, then we got a chance to come back in this game. But they really got to come through, man. Force a mistake, get a turnover. Carson Wentz going to throw it short, and that's going to be, safe. That's Carson Wentz's whole game, right? Like, safe plays that hopefully can, the ball catcher can maybe do most of the work for you. That's Carson Wentz's whole game. So the likelihood that we're going to get a Carson Wentz turnover is probably not going to happen. But you never know. You never know. It's going to be 3rd and 7 now, so the defense got an opportunity to get off the field. And if you can hold them to 3 and out, then, I'm still not feeling great about this start, but at least the defense is looking okay. And the offense, if we get the offense going, then maybe there's a shot, right? All right, so from the 46, almost the 40, so not quite, almost the 46-yard line, Carson Wentz going to take the shotgun snap. He's going to roll back. Good pressure again, but they let him get out to the right side. And Carson Wentz going to try to run it himself. Can't do anything with it. They must be playing phenomenal coverage because Carson Wentz does not want to let go of that ball, y'all. Miles Murphy ends up taking him down, gives him a yard on the run, but Miles Murphy is absolutely able to chase him down. So that's good. That's very good. The defense is looking good. I will say that. Despite the first drive was bad, but since the first drive, the defense has looked good. So if the defense can keep playing well, then they can give the offense some time to get their shit together. Like I said, we get the ball first in the second half, so we can theoretically we can double up, and we don't even have to get a turnover, right? We can create our own fun turnover situation. It's a great punt by the Vikings punter, by the way, and so the Bengals are not going to have good field position on this next drive at all, but they had great field position on the last one, and they didn't do shit with it. So I'm not entirely sure if field position matters. I think if they can get themselves going is what matters. And if they get themselves going, then they can probably go down the field. But if they don't, then they're fucked anyway, right? I like that drive by the D. Now it's time for the offense to take a shot with Higgins or Chase. This will depend on the offensive line and Jake's decision-making and precision. Yeah, the precision was really the issue on the fundamentals. I think were Jake Browning's issue on that interception. It was a decent decision to throw it to Chase Brown, but the way he threw it was just way off target. His accuracy was awful on that one. All right, they're going to hand the ball off Chase Brown again, and it's super predictable play calling, man. I don't even... Like, you're basically just punting on first down by doing that, man. Like, I know you got to keep running the ball, but, like, the way you're running the ball is not working. Like, find other ways, other play calls, run the ball, but maybe we can do like a screen pass or something to Chase Brown, right? Or maybe an outside run or something like that instead of just trying to run straight up the middle when they know exactly what we're going to be doing. 2nd and 12 now. Jake Browning's got to basically be in the end zone to catch this ball. He's going to roll back, and he's going to get out of the pressure, rolls to the right side. He's going to try to toss it. Good Lord. There's, he didn't even, what the fuck? I think he was just getting rid of the ball because nobody was open, and he was going to get a safety otherwise. My God, Jake. Yeah, Jake Browning doesn't look great, guys. Jake Browning is having a rough game so far. And up and down, to be fair. There's been some good, there's been some bad, but the bad is causing a lot of problems right now. The bad is causing a lot of problems right now. I love Jake Browning, but he's got to do better than this. Hopefully, having a full game to warm up to it, he'll get there, but Samaje Perine's going to take the handoff, and he gets the first down! I think he dragged that pile, they ran the ball, and he reached across. And by my eyes, that's enough for the first down, but that's an awful spot by the refs. I don't like that spot at all by the refs. I think they're going to call this. I think they're going to call this short. I don't like that at all. I think they're going to call this short. Damn, man. Like Chase Brown, he reached across. Was his knee down? I'm sorry, not Chase Brown, Samaje Perine. But was his knee down? Like he reaches that ball across. The way he pushes, and you can't tell where his knee goes down. You can't on that play. Anyway, let's see. Here, the knee's extended and the ball's across. That's a first down. There's no way that's not a first down, guys. That's an awful spot by the refs. And if they don't call this a first down, I'm going to be pissed. Perhaps they are calling it a first down. I don't know, because the offense seems to still be out on the field, so maybe they're calling it a first down. But the initial spot the ref gave him was a bad one. I didn't like that at all. But that's the type of run you need from this team, and that's the reason you hand the ball off to Samaje Perine because he's willing and able to push through. Chase Brown is more of like a cut around type of guy, right? He's very good, but with the run blocking that we have right now, it might honestly make more sense to give the ball more to Samaje Perine today. And not to bench Chase Brown, right? More so to just go with the guy who's more able to handle the situation that you have today, right? Like the guy whose skill set is better adapted to this particular team. Chase Brown, amazing player. We could still probably work him in with, like in the passing game and stuff, but I might make more sense to have Samaje Perine take the majority of the handoffs today. Like I said, you can still give Chase Brown plenty of snaps, just maybe not so much as the primary runner. Because if there's one thing Samaje Perine is good at, it's pushing through contact. And the run blocking is not good today, so we're probably going to need a lot of that today. They're still talking a lot, so I'm wondering what exactly is going on here. Gene Stera, they apparently the broadcast is bringing in Gene Steratore to talk about something. So I'm wondering if they're arguing about whether it's a first down or not. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I don't have the sound on. Yeah, his knees never touch the ground until the ball is across the line. And like the maximum extent, they're calling it 4th and 1. I don't agree with that. They're calling it 4th and 1. I do not agree with that at all. If I'm the Bengals, especially it being the first quarter, if I'm the Bengals, I'm going for it here, honestly. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe that's silly. Maybe you should punt. The Bengals are challenging, though. That's the correct call. And I think it's clear to me. It's it's like there's an angle there. I mean, one of the angles is hard to tell, but there's another angle there where it's clear to me that his knee has not touched the ground. And I told you, like, when we were watching the original thing, I didn't see where his knee went down, but I did see that the ball was clearly across the line of scrimmage. And then going back and seeing that his knee did not go down, like on that one angle, seeing his knee is not down until after the ball crosses that point, that's where I'm like, I don't know if this angle is going to help too much. Like, this angle they're showing right now is on the wrong side. Well, maybe maybe, because like he's not. They're trying to argue that the elbow. Maybe they're trying to argue that the elbow's down, but I don't know. No, it's definitely the elbow's definitely not down. Right, that's the point. It's clear that's the point where the elbow goes down, where he's across the first down marker, and it's not even ambiguous. Right, it's not even. I don't know about that. It's clear that his elbow is across and his knees touch the ground at like the last fucking second. So there's no way that on replay, unless you're stupid, that you should call this that you should call this short, right? Like it doesn't go in the Bengals' favor that the okay, there's the hit right there, and that ball is as far across as it ever was. To me, that elbow does not go down until that ball is basically at the maximum extent. And I think the ref over here assumed he went down sooner, which is why he put that ball back shorter. Call overturned. There we go. I told you. I knew it. That was call overturned. Wait a minute. What? Okay. The broadcast did not change the 4th and 1 initially. They took a second to change it. So, okay. All right. I know I'm not crazy, y'all. I know I'm not crazy. Like, that's clear. That's about as clear evidence as you're ever going to get of getting a couple extra inches, right? 1st and 10, Jake Browning's in some sort of weird pistol bastardization. He's going to have to throw, and he's got Noah Fant as he's being hit, by the way, so that's a nice throw by Jake Browning to remain accurate while being hit, which is more accurate than he was when he was not being hit earlier. Man, I don't know what that was. That interception's going to fucking haunt me all day. It's going to piss me off. Well, Bengals offense has some life, at least. It's not super. It's looking like everything's like. It's looking like the offense has to fight like hell for every single play right now, and the Vikings weirdly don't. Even though the defense is playing better now, like when the defense gives, it doesn't look like they're doing really a whole lot at all. When the Vikings are giving, it's because the Bengals are basically as precise as they can possibly be, right? Like it's not like the Vikings are letting things go, right? It's just like it's the Bengals. The Bengals offense is getting plays when the Bengals offense is just being better than the Vikings defense, like straight up, right? It's not like the Vikings defense is not making a lot of mistakes. The Bengals have to create every single play that they get. And it doesn't seem to be the case on the other side of the ball. Now, the defense is doing a good job of holding them down at spots. And first drive aside, the defense has been pretty good at holding the Vikings defense down. But when they do let plays go, it looks like the Vikings don't have to work very hard for those plays, right? So that's frustrating. That's frustrating because it just like I said, it just feels like the offense has to work 5 times harder than the other team's offense if we want to have a chance in this game, and that's been the way it's been as far back as you can remember, right? That's why we lost the Super Bowl, because when the offense wasn't able to put in 5 times the effort of the defense, they lost the Super Bowl, right? And that's where That's where not having Joe Burrow and having Jake Browning instead, that's where you get worried because Joe Burrow, can basically be like a cheat code when you need him to be. And that's where you get like the 5 times effort from the offense or 5 times efficiency, I guess, from the offense than the defense. But imagining that they're going to do that with Jake Browning, that's where you worry a little bit. But you know what? 2nd and 7 right now. They, I don't want to be too down on them. They're doing okay. Interception aside, they're doing okay. It hasn't been a terrible game by the offense. Interception aside. All right, it's going to be a play-action pass. Jake Browning's going to have to roll out right, and he's going to throw out of bounds as he's getting chased down, and that was awful. Now, you want to talk about bad pass protection. That was bad pass protection. That did not help at all. I don't understand the play-action pass 2 plays after a really good run. I think it would make more sense to do a play-action pass immediately after a really good run, right? Because then you can maybe catch them off guard a little bit. But the play-action pass, the way that the offensive line blocks for them, you're taking a bit of a risk when the defense isn't necessarily expecting a run, right? Jake Browning on 3rd and 7. He's going to throw. He had time, and this time he's got Jamar Chase. I did this. It's not a touchdown. It's a first down. But that's a great throw by Jake Browning. It makes it work. And there's a flag on the play. Fuck. Jamar Chase isn't happy about it either, so I'm wondering if it's going to be holding, and that's why Jake Browning had so much time in the pocket. Holding. Fuck. Good Lord. Dylan Fairchild, too. The guy we've been talking up about, like, what a gem we found in Dylan Fairchild. Well, not on that play. How is he holding there? I don't see in any way, shape, or form. He's double teaming a guy, and he's like he's got his arm wrapped around the guy, but not. I didn't see any jersey tug. What? I don't know. Maybe I didn't have a good angle, but that did not look like holding to me. Whatever. That's probably going to kill the drive too, because now it's 3rd and 17. Jake Browning, shotgun formation. He's going to hand the ball off to Samaje Perine, who's got runs right into the backside of the center and has to move the other way. Got a reverse course and just ends up basically getting no yards. They're gonna give him. They give him 1 yard, so there's that, I guess. Now they're gonna have to punt. Man. Yeah. Once he stopped his momentum, there was nothing there. He just ran right into Ted Karras. Ted Karras getting pushed badly on that play and run blocking. Man, like, I like Ted Karras, but he gets pushed backward too much. Ryan Rico's coming out to punt, and at least we know we got a good punter. Punt is away, and that was not a good punt. I'm talking about, we got a good punter, and then he punts it to the fucking 47-yard line, like our 47-yard line. By the way, he didn't even get across midfield. You could even call that the 46, honestly. That was a bad punt by Rico. God damn it. We're really trying to do everything we can to fuck ourselves over in this game, man. The I mean, here's the thing. Like, the defense has got, like, they got about 10 yards they're able to give up right now before the Vikings are already in a field goal range. So, I mean, the defense is going to basically have to pull a 3 and out here to give the offense another shot. And they can do it. They can do a 3 and out. They're doing a better job of rushing the passer this year than they did last year, so maybe they can get some pressure or something. I'm imagining this first play is going to be a run play though, so we'll see. What even happened? Yeah, he just booted it off the side of his foot. That was a trash fucking punt, dude. God damn it. All right, well, from the 43-yard line, actually, I'm off. It's going to be a pitch to Jordan Mason, and he busts through the defensive fucking line. He ends up getting tripped up a little bit, which saves a fucking touchdown, but he still gets 10 yards. May or may not have been exactly 10. Might have been 9.5 or something. Yeah, they're calling it like 9.5. As Aaron Rodgers was throwing a touchdown against the fucking Patriots. God damn it, man. 2nd and 1. It's going to be another handoff, and they don't give him as much on that play, but it doesn't matter because they only needed like half a yard for a first down. This is what I'm talking about. They're in field goal range now, too. So, like, you know, barring a turnover, which would be great, by the way, if they could get a turnover here. But barring a turnover, which is unlikely because Carson Wentz is, like, ultra safe with the ball. So you're basically counting on a fumble or something at that point, right? But, like, barring a turnover, they're probably going to get it. And it's going to be 17-0 by the end of this drive at least. Hopefully you can hold them to that. Carson Wentz, shotgun snap, and he's going to throw a quick pass. Man, it was to the backfield, and nobody on the planet is even in position to try to take down Scott there. There is a flag on the play, though. I'm wondering maybe there was holding. Maybe that's why nobody was in position for it. Xavier Scott, by the way, the running back from Maine. Illegal block in the back on the Vikings. Okay, so that'll push him back, and that's fortunate. That's fortunate for the Bengals. But that wasn't good. The defense, the Vikings are playing sloppy. I will say that. Like Jake Browning had that sloppy interception, and there's been some, not so great plays other than that. But the Vikings as a whole are being sloppy today. So, that's the hope, right? Like, the hope is that you can just take advantage of the sloppiness and wrestle your way back into control of the game, right? I mean, with them about to go up 17-0, most likely, maybe not, but most likely about to go up 17-0. And we're in the second quarter now. I need to change that. But with that, you're starting to get to the point where you're like, man, this is going to be a big uphill battle. But the Vikings being sloppy helps. The Vikings being sloppy helps, and you need the Bengals to get control of their, weird stuff. Carson Wentz going to pump fake. He's going to throw wide fucking open as TJ Hawkinson, and he's going to pick up most of those fucking yards. The Bengals trying to punch the ball out, which I understand because you're getting desperate now, but part of the reason they're having the problem is because they're trying to go for the big turnover instead of actually trying to defend the pass. Was that Barrett Carter on coverage? I think that might have been Barrett Carter, the rookie. Was he? Oh no, that was Oren Burks, former Philadelphia Eagle Oren Burks, who was trying to, who was on coverage there and not doing a very good job. All right, Carson Wentz under center, and this is going to be a run, as you can expect. And the Bengals, they stopped the run, not completely. They give them 2 yards, but they got themselves the 3rd down. So, you can stop the play here, you can get off the field, but like I said, you're still almost certainly giving up a field goal, barring a complete shank or something like that, which would be just phenomenal. But you can't count on those things happening, Like you got to play more. And again, the defense has been. I don't want to get mad at the defense because they have had a pretty solid game overall so far, but we're counting on them right now, We need better play than this. It's going to be a handoff to Scott, and good Lord. They knew that run was coming. You could tell the way they got in position on that play. They were getting ready for the run, and they still let him go right up the middle and get the first down. They got a good jump on that play and everything, and they still just let him go through for the first down. Man, what are you doing? Like, what on earth are you doing? Like I said, you're getting to the point, like having getting the ball first in the 3rd quarter helps, but if you're down 3 scores, it's only going to help so much. 1st and 10. It's going to be a play action pass. Carson Wentz had a little bit of pressure, and he just ends up throwing the ball out of bounds there. So, like I said, you got probably the single safest quarterback ever back there, to the point where he's not even willing to really take chances on getting anything done. Um, and you're just you're making Carson Wentz get rid of the ball, but like what we really need is like you can't count on turnovers, but we need one right now, man. I'm not saying they're gonna get it, but all right, under center Carson Wentz on 2nd and 10, and this is going to be a handoff this time. And like with the number of fucking handoffs they're having, like I don't understand how they're not doing better at clogging the line. But they're not. I'd blitz a little bit more if I was the defense. I'd blitz a little bit more because, and they were doing it earlier. I don't understand why they're going away from the blitzing, but like that one play where Demetrius Knight got the really good pressure, that was a blitz. I don't know, like I don't know where the blitzing went, but they were doing better when they were doing it. That's all I'll say. Here's another one. They're doing a blitz. Okay, that came through there and intercepted. I think he might have hit the ground though. He got it, but I think it was just a little too far for him. Jordan Battle almost came up with that pick, but I think it did hit the ground. Naylor there, yeah, it did hit the ground. Okay, it wasn't actually even as close to being intercepted as I thought. He got a hand on it and came up with it at the end, but it bounced off the ground before that happened. So now it's going to be a 35-yard attempt. And, see, that's what I'm saying, man. They did a blitz and a good play happen. Like, they just... I know you can't blitz on every play, but, like, they do better when they blitz. So, now because of all that, it's going to be 17-0 with the 35-yard field goal going in. Yep. And was that... I think that was Geno Stone who was blitzing, too. You had Geno Stone and you had, I think, Oren Burks, who were on the blitz there, and they got right in Carson Wentz's face. And, slightly... If Jordan Battle was an inch or two closer to the ball, then that's an interception, right? And, yeah. Zach conceded the drive by running, but it looks like P. Ryan got the first by happy accident. Yeah, that was nice, and then they fell apart. Another masterclass by Zach Taylor. He's doing okay. I have my criticisms, but he's doing okay, but definitely not. We're not going to be winning with this play calling right now. Bengals offense sucks. We whipping your butt so far. Yeah, kind of. Only because of the pick six, though. And as silly as that sounds to say, but that's what I'm saying. Like, it's a couple of very small series of plays that have really been a big difference in this game. So the final score is definitely not final score. The current score is definitely 17-0. So I'm not going to deny that it's y'all are winning by a lot. But if Jake Browning gets the ball to Chase Brown instead of throwing a pick six, then this game could very well be like 10-7. That sucks. But the pick six is the reason why the score is as disproportionate as it is right now. At the very least, we'd almost certainly, if he gets the ball to Chase Brown instead of throwing a pick six, then we're at the very least it's a 10-3 ball game, right? Offense back on the field, 17-0 could be. Huh? Oh yeah, it's definitely okay. That was probably an earlier comment. Vikes DC Brian Flores sued for discrimination after being fired by the Dolphins. Despite a winning record, the front office apparently sided with Tua, who Flores didn't like. Dolphins look stupid for that. Wait, what? Why did they look stupid for... Oh, nice. Okay, I see what happened. It wasn't necessarily an awful throw by Carson Wentz. Oren Burks actually got a little bit of a tip on that pass. That's part of why it ended up almost getting intercepted. But that's what I'm saying, man. Blitz. If you blitz, and that's not Zach Taylor. That's Al Golden. Al Golden's the defensive play caller, I believe. So Al Golden just blitz more, man, because the blitzing is working. Obviously, you can't blitz on every play. They'll take advantage of it. But man, I don't know. All right, kick is away. That's going to be returned from about the 1 yard line. And Samaje P. Ryan gets it out to about the 25. the Dolphins. What do the Dolphins look stupid for? I don't quite like. I mean, they honestly, I was never the biggest fan of Brian Flores as a head coach down there. Siding with Tua, I understand at this point now siding with Tua is dumb, but that's because of all the injuries and stuff, right? Like, you can't know that stuff's going to happen. I actually think they at the time, given the knowledge they had at the time, siding with Tua was probably the right move. All right, Jake Browning takes a shotgun snap, play action pass, gets out of pressure, and he's going to throw it short to Noah Fant, who gets tackled after like about 2 yards. And that's what I'm saying, man. Like, our defense, or our offense, when we do plays like that, they don't go for 20 fucking yards. They go for like 2 yards. Like, man. Like, we got to fight so hard for every single play. And that's part of why we haven't scored yet today. Because it just, like, every single play is just as hard as it can possibly be for this offense. Like, it's like... Obviously, the offensive line is not synced up with Jake Browning, but, man, it's going to be a handoff to Chase Brown, and that's, I think, might be the first good run of the game by him. He gets about, he did get 5, yeah, it's going to be 3rd and 5 now. No, okay, I'm sorry, it was, previously it was like, so I think it was like 4-yard run. But either way, that was a decent run by Chase Brown, and I think that might be his first halfway decent run of the game. So it's 3rd and 5, which means it's 3rd and makeable now. You would not score 30 points on our defense. Brain fart on your part, Kyle. I'll respond to that here in a second. Jake Browning is on 3rd and 5. He's got shotgun formation, mostly empty except for a sorta back there, Samaje Perine. He's going to throw. Got a wide open T. Higgins. There you go. Down to the 45-yard line. That's a good play right there. All right. Flag. Fuck. What's the flag? I think it might be on the Vikings, though. I think this might be like a hit-to-hit helmet or something. On number 8 there. Jeff Okudah, who I did not know was still in the NFL. I thought he flamed out entirely. That you want to talk about a guy who made me look silly. I said Jeff Okudah was going to be a stud in the NFL. Yeah, personal foul on the Vikings, so that's going to give the Bengals another like 15 yards. So that'll help. That'll really help, man. Like, if you can get a touchdown on this drive... Oh, man, I didn't even see how bad that hit was. He blasted T. Higgins right in the helmet, dude. You can't do that, man. I mean, it seems like T. Higgins is okay, because they're not, like... Now, okay, he did... I think the reason T. Higgins is okay is because Okudah mostly hit him in the shoulder pad there. But you can't do that. Like, you just cannot do that. Like, what is wrong with you, man? Like, and I'm not talking about from a moralistic standpoint. I'm talking about from like you cannot do that for the sake of your team. You just fucked them over. Bengals got the ball at the 40-yard line now, and it's going to be a jet sweep to Jamar Chase, who Chase Brown got a nice little block there, and didn't really amount to a whole lot, but that could have been a significant loss, and it ended up being about a 2 or 3 yard gain. So, works out okay, I guess. 2 yard. They're calling it a 2-yard game. 30 points on the defense. Well, Jim, again, the Jaguars' defense is pretty decent, and we scored 30 on them. So I stand by my reasoning. It might end up being wrong, but I stand by my reasoning, man. And we'd have. I think we'd have a touchdown already if it weren't for that pick 6, right? And y'all would not. There you go, nice job. They got the ball to Chase Brown, and that's a well-executed screen pass. I can't tell you the last time I said that about the Cincinnati Bengals, a well-executed screen pass. But it worked out. Chase Brown picking up the first down on that play. Nice job. They're gonna have the ball about the 28-yard line now. So, but here's what I'm talking about. If the Bengals get a touchdown on this drive, and then Jake Browning gets the ball in the end zone instead of throwing a pick 6, which they were on pace to do, then that's 14 points right now. We're not even out of the second quarter. So, yes, I think it was totally fair that 31 points was a potential outcome of this game. Maybe I'm wrong, but I definitely think that the potential of this offense is 30 points, even with Jake Browning, right? Although not doing stuff like that, which was a very poor run blocking And actually, no, you know what? That was actually decent run blocking. The design of the play was that Chase Brown needed better vision on that play, so I'm actually gonna count that no yards gained on. I'm gonna count that against Chase Brown. Jake Browning's rolling out to the right. He throws it to Chase Brown because he has nowhere to go with the ball. So they get about 3 yards, but that's really a whole lot of nothing. Now it's gonna be 3rd down and 8, and man, like, I mean, like a field goal would help. A field goal would help because if you can get a touchdown on the first drive after the half, then, you know, and the defense can play well, then you can potentially get it can be a 17-10 ball game, and you can reduce this to a 1-score ball game after the half. But like a touchdown would really, really help here. Like just for the you know, momentum, you need a freaking touchdown, man. Bengals took a timeout because they almost had a delay of game. That doesn't help. The good news, Bengals D held the Vikings to a field goal. Bad news, Cincy's down 3 scores. Well, yeah, but the good news, Jay, is that we're not down 3 scores because of the defense. So that, you know, we're down 3 scores because of a really annoying first drive by the defense, and then a pick 6, which had nothing to do with the defense. And other than the first drive, the defense has mostly played well. There's been some plays here and there, but overall the defense has played well. And that's why, you know, especially with it still being the second quarter, and if you get points on this drive, then, you know, you're not floating upside down just yet. You know? 3rd and 8. Let's see if they can get a first down here. It's gonna be a good pass rush, but Jake Brown is gonna throw it up for T. Higgins, and it just goes right through his hands. And that was a good ball by Jake Browning, but it was great coverage there by Rodgers, the Isaiah Rodgers, who was having a very good game in coverage. He just knocked that ball away. Jake Browning got it exactly where T. Higgins needed it to be, by the way. That was a good throw by Jake Browning, but it was better coverage by Isaiah Rodgers. And I would almost argue that that's roughing the passer, going for Jake Browning's knee like that, but whatever. I'm not going to try to argue too hard for getting flags, right? I'd rather they call less flags for everybody in general. But we'll see. Evan McPherson's coming out here for the 45-yard attempt. Kick is up, and that looks like it's pretty good. No question about it, right down the middle. All right, so the Bengals are on the board. And the offense has potential. That's what I'll say. The offense has potential, and if the defense can get the ball back quickly to the offense, then maybe you can get a touchdown, and you can go into the half down 17-10, and then double up with a touchdown, and, you know, game's back tied, right? You know, I mean, I'm asking a lot of an offense that hasn't gotten in the end zone yet today, but, you know, if you can get yourself going, then this is still a very winnable ball game. As much as being down 14 points doesn't feel good, but, you know, it's still only the second quarter. Chase Brown really needs to start stepping up if we're going to do anything in this game. It's not entirely Chase Brown's fault. The run blocking's been bad, but there have been a couple of plays where Chase Brown has not displayed very good vision, and the offensive line did do a good job of run blocking, and it didn't get anywhere. Now, Chase Brown has been good in the passing game. Not phenomenally well, but Chase Brown's been pretty good in the passing game today. So, you know, he's got a role that's working. But frankly, the better runner today has been Samaje Perine. And I think it would make sense if you had, you know, maybe not every, you can't just telegraph what play you're doing by having Chase Brown only be in on passing plays and Samaje Perine only be in on running plays. But I would definitely lean more towards using Chase Brown in the passing game and using Samaje Perine more in the running game, at least for this game, because overall the run blocking hasn't been great, and so you need somebody who's able to push through. And that's always been Samaje Perine's calling card, right, is the fact that he keeps those legs moving, he's strong, and he doesn't get taken down. Chase Brown's more of a, you know, find the hole, cut, and you know, like one cut type of running back, and he hasn't been doing a great job of that today. University of South Florida scored 35 points in one quarter, so anything is possible. Well, the Minnesota Vikings have scored 17 points in one quarter, so, and they held us to 3. So in theory, if we just do the same on the opposite end next week, at in the next half, I mean, like I said, it's still a very winnable game. I'm not, I wouldn't put any money on the Bengals winning this game right now because the offense really has not showed us, until the offense gets in the end zone, I'm not feeling like we're going to come back in this game, right? I'm just feeling like we potentially could. I'll start feeling a lot more nervous about it if we're still not seeing, next couple of drives still don't end up in the end zone because, basically if we're in the middle of the third quarter and we still haven't gotten a touchdown yet, I'm going to start getting real nervous at that point. But right now I'm not panicking yet because it's just like the offense just needs to use their incredible talent. Nice job by the kick return coverage. They're going to set the Vikings up around the 17, 18-yard line where he got down. Hooray, baby. At least our defense is good, which is wild. It's a wild thing to say. And it's also kind of a frustrating thing to say. Because it's like, why can't our defense and offense ever be good at the same time? Right? Like, it seems like they never know how to sync themselves up by both playing well at the same time. All right, that's going to be a false start by the Vikings. And that's going to push them back even farther. And I was wrong. They actually gave the ball to the Vikings at the 23. So now they're going to be more about, the 18-yard line. But that works out. Points for us, yep. And it's just the slightest little sliver of momentum, right? It helps. It's not gonna get it done, but it helps. Super smart. We chose to get the ball in the second half exactly because you got to know that Jake Browning is going to need time to ramp up, and I think that's what you really want. Let's get the run game going. Drain the clock close to the gap. Hold on. Carson Wentz takes a shotgun snap. He's going to throw, knocked away. Jefferson cannot bring that down. That's really good coverage by DJ Turner, who so far has actually been doing a good job of keeping Justin Jefferson locked down. So I was talking about how, you don't feel great about DJ Turner covering Justin Jefferson, but he's doing a pretty good job today. Give him credit. Raiders in their run defense. At least our run defense doesn't look like that. Good Lord. Super smart. We chose to get the ball in the second half. Let's get the run defense, get a turnover. Game's far from over. That's what I'm saying, Turkey. Leather Turkey video. I don't know. But Carson Wentz going to throw that short to Justin Jefferson and the wide receiver screen. And he gets 7 yards, but it's still going to be 3rd and 8. So, you don't want to give up any yards. You definitely don't want to give an 8-yard play, but I guess if you're going to give up an 8-yard play, you do it on 2nd and 15, and then you can come away and try to have a good play on 3rd and 7. What even are the odds if you bet on the Bengals to win right now? I don't know what the odds are. It would probably take too long for me to figure out the betting odds. But the ESPN odds are a 13.2%. You got the Bengals for winning. I think that's too much. And that's going to be another false start by the Vikings. I think Trey Hendrickson just keeps drawing them fucking off, drawing them into jumping. Good Lord, the Vikings, in their own home stadium. That's the crazy thing. In their own home stadium, the Vikings are just cannot seem to get their offensive rhythm together. That's crazy, man. All right. All right, Carson Wentz, shotgun snap, rolls back. He's going to get sacked. There you go. Defense bringing him down at the 16-yard line. And this defense, defense looks good today, y'all. Other than a couple of plays here and there, but this defense is looking pretty good, man. If we've got a shot to win this one, it's going to be because of the defense, which is an absolutely bonkers fucking thing to say, by the way. But you know what? I'll take it. Yeah, I will take it. It's such a shame, by the way, that we don't have Joe Burrow with the defense playing like this. But you know what? I'll take it. I really will. I really, really will take it. Where did YouTube TV go? I'm guessing we're probably on commercial, so that's nice. No, we're probably not, right? Fuck. Where did my... Where did my game go? Okay, yeah, I think there's a punt. Whatever it was, Charlie Joe's called for a fair catch. I can see that in the preview here. Don't know where the fair catch is going to be, but either way, it's probably going to be pretty solid field position, I think. Why am I suddenly not being able to get into this? What the hell? Here we go, finally.
A dominating performance.
All right. The announcers are calling this a dominating performance by the Vikings, and that's what I'm saying. It's not a dominating performance so far. Like it would be 10-3 right now if not for that pick six, and it could even potentially be 10-10 right now if not for that pick six. So, I mean, I'm not saying the Vikings aren't doing well today. I'm just saying, like, I wouldn't call this a dominating performance. I would call this a sloppy performance by both teams, just a little sloppier on the part of the Bengals offense than anything on the Vikings, right? But I would personally not call this a completely dominant performance by the Vikings. Like that to me. Maybe I'm being a homer. I don't know, but to me that's just not okay. I see what happened. I should open a new tab. That's my fault. That's my fault for being dumb. Whatever. We're on a commercial right now anyway. All right. Every time I gotta turn the fucking sound off. All right. Let's look at what the other scores are right now. What are even the odds? I don't even know if I don't know. Maybe I can check DraftKings. I don't know. DraftKings. Maybe, I don't know what the odds were to be right now, because I do have an account, but like I said, I got those free bets, and I have no interest in continuing to bet. So, especially because, like I said, I got $300 in bonus bets, won $100, which is my indication that if I actually bet my own money, I will probably just lose like 30% of my money, or 60% of my money, actually. So that me doing that, I have a $32 balance for some reason. So maybe I don't know. I definitely didn't put money in myself. So apparently I won a bet at some point. Maybe something came in and took forever to actually go through. But I don't know. Maybe I'll rebet that, or maybe I could use. I think I could actually use the $40. I'm not gonna lie. So live in-game betting. The odds for the Bengals coming back and winning. The 11.5. 10.5 actually right now, just updated to 10.5. So the Vikings are currently 10.5 point favorites to win this game. They're basically favored to win this game by 2 scores, which they are currently doing. So fair enough, I guess. All right. Well, Jake Browning gonna gonna fake the handoff, and he's gonna throw with the pressure. And the Vikings are saying he didn't get it, but I thought he got it. I don't know. The Bengals are moving forward, so I think he did get it. It was to Noah Fant, and it was a low pass because he was getting hit as he threw, but the connection was made, so it's going to be 2nd and 1 now. All right. Well, that's good. That's good. Honestly, we need all the help we can get. If we can get a touchdown on this drive, and we do have the ball at the apparently at the 39-yard line. We're in good field goal range apparently. I don't know what happened on the punt, but it apparently worked out in our favor. Samaje Perine takes the handoff, and that's what I'm talking about, man. Like, Samaje Perine's going to push forward. Like, he's going to get going. Like, Chase Brown doesn't do that as much. And I love Chase Brown, and he's a home run hitter when he gets better blocking or finds a lane. But in a game like this where there are no lanes to be had, I think Samaje Perine's your better option for running the ball, right? So I think it's the 2-minute warning now, so I'm going to try to figure out what happened on that punt to give us such good field position. So, Wright punts it to the 37, fair catch by Charlie Jones, but apparently it's fair catch interference on the Vikings. So the Bengals got a 15-yard penalty, and that's why. And the Bengals ended up with the ball at the 48-yard line of Minnesota. And so now they're at the 39-yard line after getting the first down. So it works out. The pick six is the only thing making it look like the Vikings are doing better. That's what I'm saying, man. Like, were it not for the pick six, which was almost, I don't think that play was going to be a touchdown, but that, like, the way they were driving in that game, if Jake Browning completes that pass to Chase Brown, they're probably getting a touchdown on that drive. And if that's the case, then the score of the game, if nothing else changes in the game, which that's also, playing what if. That's part of the problem with playing what if, right? But assuming the rest of the game goes the same way it's gone otherwise, this is a 10-10 ball game if it's not for that pick six. That pick six is definitely the difference right now between a 10-6 game where we're only down by 4, right? But it could be the difference between a tie ball game right now, right? So that's why I feel like if the offense can just like harness what they're doing and get going. Like I said, if you get in the end zone here, then it's 17-10, and then you're probably gonna have to like stop the Vikings from getting any points on like probably the real quick like minute drill or something. They'll probably have I'm guessing about a minute left if the Bengals get a touchdown here. And so the defense basically just like stop them from getting any points, right? But if you do that, then you're only down by 7. And then you come out, you get the ball first in the second half, and then you can tie the game up, right? And then you got to keep doing well after that, obviously, to win the game. But the potential for a comeback, like what was it like ESPN had it earlier, like 86% chance for the Vikings to win the game, and I would say. Yeah, right now it's 83. The maximum extent they had them at like a 91% chance to win the game, 91.6. That's the worst it got. But I would argue that like this 86% chance to win the game, that's only the case I feel like if the Bengals aren't able to get like a double up touchdown, right? But right now they're doing pretty well on offense. Right after the 2-minute warning, and it's from the 36-yard line. It's going to be a short pass to Noah Fant, but it's great blocking by Chase Brown and Noah Fant. Fumbles, fuck. And I think this might be a fumble return for a touchdown. Fuck! All right, yep. I think we're about done today, y'all. I think this is about over. And that's going to be hard to come back from. Fuck. 23, not 24 yet. So Noah Fant. And that was a good play, too, right? I'm only about a 5-yard gain, but drops the fucking fumble and gets blasted, too, so he's got no chance of going back and getting that fumble. And it's Rodgers is wide fucking open. That's his set. Rodgers was on the other fucking turnover touchdown, right? So that's 2 turnover touchdowns by the offense. Both of which were plays that it was you're really thinking. Both of those plays are plays where you're really thinking that you might end up getting, definitely a field goal, and definitely. Now that's just that was just really stupid by Noah Fant too. Like that wasn't like the Jake Browning interception was really unfortunate. It was bad fundamentals, but by Noah Fant that was really stupid. You're just leaving that ball wide fucking open, dude. God damn it. But I mean, see, this is what I'm saying. This is the difference in the game. The Vikings are not. It looks like they're blowing us out, right? 24-3, and I guess technically they are. But we're not. Like we're like I don't know if the comeback's on the table anymore. I mean, it would be a phenomenal comeback. And actually, the thing is, we could, but. Man, like the only chance I think we really have of a realistic shot at a comeback at this point is now the offense 2-minute drill, got to come out, got to get a touchdown, then you got to get a touchdown again right before the half, right? Or not right before. So you got to get a touchdown right before the half, and then you got to come out and get a touchdown right after the half, and then what would be the score at that point? It'd be 24-17, and then it's only a 1-point ball game. Anything can happen at that point, especially with the defense playing well. But, man, fuck, dude. Especially with how well the defense is playing, man. I feel so bad for them. Because, like, this defense has just been shit on all offseason. They're playing really well today, and they've generally had a pretty good season so far. And they're just getting shanked by a fucking offense in these little tiny goddamn mistakes. Samaje Perine, with a really nonsensical path on his return there, gets to the 26, but I feel like he could have gotten a pretty decent return by going a different direction there. I don't know. Touchdown. Yep, and I got to update the score too. Fuck, dude. Man. It's like these little tiny fucking plays are the difference in this game, but every single one of them's going the Vikings' way. Noah's team was the Seahawks. Last team, yes, I believe was the Seahawks. Might have been the Broncos. No, the Broncos were his first team. Yeah, I believe he was with the Seahawks last. Jake Browning, shotgun snap. He's going to throw. I don't know where the hell he's trying to get Mike Gesicki, but he's way off accuracy. Good Lord. Scoop and score may be the dagger. I mean, not this. You physically cannot have a dagger this early in the game. And like I said, if they can get a touchdown on this drive and then a touchdown on their first drive after the half, then they're right back in this game. But, man, still a whole half of ball. I smell a comeback. The comeback's on the table, Turkey. Like, the Vikings have been sloppy today. It's just they've been capitalizing on all of their major opportunities. Jake Browning's got Mike Gesicki that time, and he's not able to stay on his feet enough for the first down, but it's going to be like 3rd and inches, so that helps, I guess. Defense only gave up 10. Flag. What's the flag? Don't tell me we're getting a fucking holding. Dude, if we're getting a holding, this is... Defense only gave up 10. Yeah, I guess. Right. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. The defense has only given up 10 so far. Offsides on the Vikings, actually. Okay. All right. That works out. So the Bengals are going to get, I think, a first down after all, right? This is what I'm saying. The Vikings have been sloppy as fuck today, and the Bengals offense has handed them 14 points so far. If it weren't for those 2 individual really stupid fucking plays, this would not. This would be probably a tie ball game right now. I mean, with the Bengals with all the momentum too. So that's why you think a comeback's really possible, but they have to get their shit together. Jake Browning rolling up, and there's a flag on the play, and he throws past the. What are you doing? Jake Browning throws past the line of scrimmage. Jamar Chase fumbles the ball. But none of it's going to matter anyway, because I think this is going to be, might have been down actually before he fumbled. But they're saying it's a fumble recovery by the Vikings. But what's all these flags? I think this might not this might not even happen anyway. Let's see. There's a lot of stupid plays that happened there. Like Jake Browning throwing the ball while he was already past the line of scrimmage. Like, good Lord, I'm almost at the point where I'm about let's bench him for Mike White. I'm not really there yet, but Jake Browning, man, you got to be better prepared. This game so far is a catastrophe on the part of Jake Browning. Two fouls on the play, illegal motion on the Bengals, and illegal formation on the Bengals. Both penalties are declined, of course, because it was a fucking fumble by Jamar Chase. Or no, I'm sorry, illegal forward pass, not illegal motion. I'm not paying attention. Man. And now the Vikings have a chance to get more fucking points. And, I mean, I'm guessing the defense is going to hold them to a field goal, but good Lord, what are you doing, man? God, this is the sloppiest fucking shit. And somebody was talking some shit about Zach Taylor earlier, but yeah, I do think it's Zach Taylor at this point. This team is not ready at all. Yes, the Vikings have a good defense. I'm not taking anything away from the Vikings defense, but particularly the offense is just shooting themselves in the foot over and over and over. And Jake Browning has not had a great game, but even if Jamar Chase doesn't fumble that ball, that's illegal forward pass. So the Vikings get the ball now the Vikings get the ball on their side of the field, but at the 48. It's going to be a throw wide fucking open is Justin Jefferson. Good Lord. And nobody can tackle him because I think they're trying to fucking force a fumble instead of tackling the guy. Good Lord. This is a fucking embarrassment, man. Good Lord. This is unacceptable. Now it's on both sides. Completely unacceptable. Geno Stone over there trying to rip the fumble out instead of just tackling Justin Jefferson. And on top of that, there's no fucking coverage on the play. This is a joke. This is just a complete, utter embarrassment of a joke. It looks like they fucking quit out there. Carson Wentz is going to throw. It's caught. Open. TJ Hawkinson. Jordan Battle in coverage, but it doesn't fucking matter. It's going to be another first down. Feel before the fourth quarter. No Burrow. Yeah, I know, Jim. Shut up, comeback. Bengals fall to 2-1. Well, it was looking like it was on the table, but if they're going to play like this, there's no fucking way. Not even a goddamn chance, man. Is the ball slippery? Another fumble is humiliating. Yeah, it's disgusting, dude. Offense has been very inconsistent, and they're not ready to play. Like I don't really want to blame Zach Taylor because that seems too easy, but they're not ready to play. Like, what else are you gonna do? Like, the coach didn't have him ready to play, and Jordan Mason walks in for a fucking touchdown. Like as much as I've been praising the defense, they looked like absolute fucking garbage on that drive, dude. God damn. I wouldn't blame half y'all if you just turned the fucking game off at this point. I'm not gonna do it, but you know I'm here till the end of the game because that's my job. I'm gonna do my job. Good Lord. Just sloppy, man. You get this fucking beautiful 2-0 start, and you get a golden opportunity with the Vikings being on a backup quarterback too. The defense is playing better throughout most of the game, and then and what do you come out to show for it? You show this absolute fucking garbage performance. Like, god damn, if we miss the playoffs this year, I think it's about time for Zach Taylor to go because this team is not ready to play football today, man. This is an absolute fucking embarrassment. I don't know how to even process what's happening. It's like watching a college team playing a pro team. Exactly. That's exactly like what's happening. And this is an ultra-talented offense, but they're just being sloppy with the ball. Jamar Chase and Noah Fant have both had the ball knocked out of their hands for a fumble so far today because they're being careless with the ball. Jake Browning threw a pick fucking 6. I don't even know how to respond at this point. Bengals suck. You miss Burrow. Bengals should be 1-2. No, they shouldn't be 1-2, Jim. As far as whether they suck or not, they definitely do today. I'll give you that. But should be 1-2. Why do you think they should be 1-2? Yeah, they gritted one out against the Browns in Week 1, but that's how you got to win football games sometimes. And they really came together for a they started with Joe Burrow going out. They had every reason to. Nobody would have blamed them for losing to the Jaguars, and they beat them. So I think the 2-0 record is absolutely justified. But man, they don't. It just doesn't look like the same team. You know, this is like Jake Browning threw a bunch of interceptions against the Jaguars. To be fair, but other than that, this is not This is not who the Bengals are. You know, a team that just turns the ball over a fuck ton. And you know, I mean, the defense being inconsistent, maybe that's who they are, but man, you can't say the defense is having a great game anymore. You know, they are having a solid game. They've been there at times when needed to be, but they've also given up 14 easy points so far. Well, more than that, they've given up 17 easy points so far to the Vikings. Way too fucking easy. It's just absolute fucking embarrassment. Like, I don't understand. Like, you just look like you don't give a shit out there. That's what it looks like. You know, and no, not to discredit the Vikings for playing well, but the Bengals just don't look like they give a fucking shit out there. And there's another fumble by Samaje Perine, and it's going to be recovered by the fucking... That ball bounced right back to Samaje Perine, like the fumble he had earlier, except he fell on that one. This one, he can't fucking recover. Bengals could at least fucking try. I agree, Dan. They could at least protect the fucking ball, man. Like, this is an absolute fucking joke. Like, I can't sit here and say, like, oh, if it weren't for the turnovers, this would be a close game. Because that's all they're doing today is they're turning over the fucking ball. Like, what are you even doing? This is an absolute fucking joke. Absolute joke. Let's skull her. Yeah. Those are the people who had me on their podcast, guys. So, you know, they were good sports and they treated me well. So, you know, not happy about this game, but you know, I'll give you all your props. And that's going to be a pass from Justin Jefferson across the other side of the field to number 36, Scott again. There's a flag on the play. I don't even know what the hell's going on there. Respect, yeah, man. That's what I'm saying. I don't even know what to fucking say to all this. Illegal formation on the Vikings. It's only like 14 seconds left in the second quarter. None of it fucking matters. Just run the ball, clock, whatever. I think they were trying to see if they could get like a big play because of all the momentum they got. No chance. Dude, I was talking about a potential comeback earlier. I mean, the Vikings scored 31 points on 4 fucking turnovers in the first half, so it's not impossible, but we're approaching miracle territory at this point. I don't even know what the odds are at this point. ESPN's got the Vikings at a 99.2% chance to win this game. I think that might be generous, the way they're playing. Carson Wentz, shotgun formation, 1st and 15. He's going to roll back. He's going to throw. There's nobody there. I don't think it's really that big of a deal. It's 9 seconds left. I get it. I will say if the Bengals got a pick 6 here, that, again, wouldn't really change a whole lot. But if Carson Wentz throws a pick 6, then that maybe is something, like that gives you a little bit of hope if you're a Bengals fan. You're only down by 21 at that point, and then, if you get the touchdown and not fumble the fucking ball, then maybe at that point you can, anyway, it's going to be a handoff, and they're just going to run the clock out at this point, I think. Yeah, if I don't understand why Carson Wentz is throwing the ball there, because, if you throw a pick 6, then you're giving the Bengals potential momentum, and, if the offense actually does something in the on the first drive of the second half, then, you could potentially flip this into a 31-17 game, which is still not very good for the Bengals, but if the defense plays well and the offense gets their shit together, then maybe they could come back and win that game. Not that it matters, 6 seconds left. Did the Vikings take a timeout? The hell? 3rd and 7, 6 seconds left. I don't understand what they're doing here. Maybe they're trying to get in field goal range. They are pretty close. Maybe that's what they're doing. They're feeling like they might have a chance to get another field goal here and make it a 31-point fucking ball game. I'm at the point where I don't even give a shit, But wouldn't it be something if they got a pick 6? That would be pretty cool. That would help with momentum. I don't know if it would be anywhere near enough, but it would help. Anyways, 3rd and 7, Carson Wentz in shotgun formation. Turnover here would at least be nice, I don't even know how to fucking. I don't even know. I'm trying to have some optimism here, but it's just been such a fucking disaster of a first half. And I don't know if there's anybody who I'm happy with except for. The defensive line's been pretty okay, at least rushing the pass. They haven't been great stopping the run, but I think this whole team's got to go in the locker room and somebody's got to give them an earful. The fuck are you doing, guys? You look like you quit at the end of that. You had a chance to, build some momentum for a comeback, and it just looked like you quit out there. What are you doing? 31-3. You feel good about yourselves after that? What the fuck, guys? 3rd and 7 from the 44-yard line. Carson Wentz is in shotgun formation. Takes a snap, throws, and it throws it nowhere. There's 3 seconds left, and the Vikings are going to have to punt, so maybe we get a punt return touchdown. I don't fucking know. Then when they fumble it, they're like, "Welp, oh well, har 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 har." Exactly. Man. Okay, Noah Fant beat himself up, but. Man, they should just be so. They got Jamar Chase returning this punt. That's funny. It's not going to matter. The Vikings are almost certainly going to kick this ball out of bounds. They're attempting a 62-yard field goal. Okay. Might as well. 3 seconds left. You know, you're probably going to take the. That's why Jamar Chase is back there potentially returning, right? And now he's off the field. So, no, he's still back there potentially returning. So, basically the only shot you really have here is that they kick it short and Jamar Chase can like rip off a run here, right? But you're like this is definitely the last play of the half. So, you know, 62-yard field goal. Let's see what you got. You know, why the fuck not? You know, is the Vikings kicker going to make a 62-yard field goal? Almost certainly not. But might as well try, right? Like, there's almost no downside. You know, like basically punting would be almost the same result, except I guess you could punt out of bounds. But anyway, the kick is away, and that is going to be... Oh my God, did he make that? He fucking made it. Wow. I don't even think I'm pissed off anymore. I think I'm just fucking broken. What the fuck is even happening? Alright, yeah, I'm gonna go fucking die. I don't know. I'm gonna... How do I even put this at this point? We're at halftime now, by the way. So... Good lord. This is an absolute fucking embarrassment. You know, the only positive spin I can take away from this at this point is, you know, after this game, we'll be 2-1. And then we... I don't know. Maybe we can win next week, right? We'll go out and we got the Denver Broncos and their offense isn't very good, right? So their defense is pretty good, but take better care of the ball and you got a better shot next week against the Broncos, right? So the upside is maybe we can be 3-1 after next week, right? Or, you know, and then maybe we steal one against the Lions, right? I cannot imagine we beat the Packers, but maybe we steal one against the Lions, you know, and then we can be 4-2 going into Pittsburgh. And then there's no reason we can't beat Pittsburgh. Jets, Bears, Steelers. So Steelers, Jets, Bears, Steelers. Like, if we can be 4-2 going into Jets, Steelers, Jets, Bears, Steelers, then, you know, there's no reason why we can't get to, you know, get at least like 2 wins out of that, right? You know, like I said, we only need 5 wins before Joe Burrow has a real shot at coming back, right? So if we can get to 5 wins with Jake Browning, like I said, it didn't have to be today. And I'm coping, by the way, right now. I'm absolutely coping. Like, y'all can be like, oh, look at you coping. Yeah, I'm coping. I'm 100% coping. But we only need 5 wins with Jake Browning, and doesn't have to be today. Would have been really nice if it was today. It seemed like a really good opportunity with them playing Carson Wentz, but when you fucking give 2, like, when the offense gives up 2 touchdowns on turnovers and then turns the ball over 2 times otherwise, then you're kind of fucked, right? Like, so maybe we lose this game, okay? And then next week, maybe we can come out and beat the Broncos in Denver. And then after that, well, you can be 3-1, and then we can go maybe steal one against the Lions. You never know. If our defense is better, then maybe. And then you probably lose to the Packers, but then what? You're 4-2. And then if you can get, you know, like I said, we just need to get to 7 wins before week 15. And so, I mean, if you can be 4-2 going into that Jets, into that Steelers, Jets, Bears, Steelers stretch, then, I mean, you can get your, you can get to 6 wins. You should be able to get to 6 wins in that stretch. You might be able to get to 7 wins in that stretch. And then the Patriots after that, I mean, you know, I mean, that's 5 games right there. And we only need 5 wins with Jake Browning, so it didn't have to be this game. And then you got Ravens, Bills, Ravens, and the audacity of thinking that we're going to beat the Bills and the Ravens with Jake Browning at quarterback, especially the way they're playing right now, that's special. But you never know, honestly. But then you get Dolphins, Cardinals, Browns, right, to end the season. So, and then you should be able to beat those teams, right? Right? Please. The Dolphins might not even have their head coach at that point, right? You know, I'm guessing. Hell, Kevin Stefanski might get fired at some point too, right? Like you could be facing two teams at the end of the season, who are both really bad and don't have their head coach. And then you got the Cardinals, who they'll probably still have, you know, they're better than I thought they would be, but they're not a huge threat, I don't think. But Kyle looks like the Vikings are going to win the game. You don't say it, Connor. What do you think? What do you think? I don't know. I'm gonna. Man, if I was a betting man, I would put my money on the Vikings without a fucking question. Actually, I don't even know if I would, because do you even win any money if you do that? I think I might be able to test that. Let me see. What are the odds now? The odds got to be insane. Yeah, the Vikings are 30.5 favorites to win this game right now. So I'm just curious. I have apparently $32. I'm sorry, $32.75. So I have $32.75 in my DraftKings balance right now. So if the Bengals won this game, then that would double my money. I don't feel like that's a worthwhile payoff at all. I get $61 if the Bengals won this game. I think I might just rather take the $32 and not risk it, right? No, I'm sorry, if the Vikings... Wait, what? Oh, if the Vikings win this game, then I would get a $61... So should I take that bet? I don't know. It's free money anyway, right? I'm not coming back to put my own... I'm not putting any of my own money on this. I'm not doing that, but since this is free money, should I put the, $32.75 on the Vikings to win this game? And at least I can come away saying, hey, I won $30, and that'll get me gas in my car until I get paid on Wednesday. Maybe that's the move, Maybe that's the move. I don't know. I'm curious though if the Bengals win the game. If the Bengals win the game, and I bet them to win, then I would. There's no way. Okay, this says 61-22 for betting the Bengals as well. What? What? That doesn't make any sense. The Bengals are minus 115 to win this game. And you're telling me if the Bengals... So if I placed a bet on the Bengals to win this game right now, or at least cover the spread, then I would only win $61.22. Okay, that's stupid. I don't understand. Maybe I don't understand how betting works. I don't know. Should I put money on the Vikings winning this game at this point? I don't know. What happened? What's this? Money line? What's a money line? If I bet the Bengals money line, then I would win not $1,904.42. That's more what I'm thinking about. Holy shit, that would be... I have no confidence, and I don't even know if I want to risk $30 on the Bengals right now, but if I were to take the under on the Vikings, what would I get? If I were to take the under on the Vikings, then I would get $60.95. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna put money on the Vikings winning this ball game, y'all. And I think I also have like a don't I have y'all are just looking at me trying to cope with the Bengals right now. I think I get like a profit boost, right? Take your pick between a bet and get profit boost. Oh, here we go. Okay, no profit boost. Okay, that's fine. I was thinking maybe I'd be able to profit boost, but no, probably not. What are crowns? I don't know. Y'all are just seeing me learning about gambling right now, which is funny because I was essentially the producer for a sports gambling YouTube channel for a little while, and I still know basically nothing about gambling. Discord, NFL Sunday, no sweat, max reward $10. That seems unuseful. Promos. Take your pick between a bet. What would that be? Bet $10, get a $5, 50% profit boost. I'm going to take the 50% profit boost, yeah. Okay, cool. So I get a 50% profit boost, so I can bet $32.75 on the Vikings winning this game, and then what would that I'd win like $120, right? So I think I'm going to do that. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. $31.75, and I get, okay, so I think I've lost a little bit of momentum at this point, but max wager $5. Okay, well, you know what? Let's put $5 on the Vikings winning, and then I get a 50% profit boost. And okay, accept odds changes. Okay, now I can win $11.80. I'm going to place that bet. You bet your ass I'm going to place that bet. And should I place my bet on the Bengals, on the Bengals in general losing? Should I put the rest of my money on the Bengals losing this game? You bet your ass I should. Good Lord, if I will say, here's the deal. If the Bengals come back and win this game, then the Bengals came back and win this game, and that's an amazing feeling. And I could give a shit about this $32.75, right? But if the Bengals lose, then I win like 60. Actually, I win like $70. So, you know, I think I'll take that bet. So you know what? At least I'm gonna profit off of my misery, right? You know what? I still haven't been able to monetize my YouTube channel yet, but I can profit off of my own misery that way, right? Yeah. Either the Bengals win and I'm hyped as fuck and don't give a shit about that $32 or $33 basically, or I get $70 and the NFL compensates me for having to watch the Bengals, right? That's like, you know, basically I'm like, this is like the equivalent of suing your football team for pain and suffering, I think. All right, you know what? There we go. See, there you go. I found the bright side, guys. The bright side is that I can apparently have DraftKings give me like $70 if the Bengals do in fact lose this game. Okay. All right. And worst case scenario, I misunderstood all that, and I lose all that. I lose those free bets, which I didn't even realize I had until I logged in earlier to see what the odds were. So I went into this game thinking I had zero money in my DraftKings account. Turns out I had $32.75. Now I can potentially come away with $70, which is, you know, not nothing. It's certainly not nothing. Yeah. And you want to bet anything. Am I coping? Absolutely, I'm coping. I am a very angry, sad boy right now. But you know what? I also like money. So money's cool. Also, I also like money. Money's good. Money makes me happy. So at least I can come away with money. I wasn't, you know. We lost Joe Burrow, so I'm already at the point where I'm like Super Bowl's off the table, right? But I'm at least hoping Jake Browning can get us to the playoffs, but not like this. But you know what? This game is one game, and they can come out next week and look a hell of a lot better. Kyle can easily put it in pain. Bengals suck. Bye-bye. Well, they definitely suck today, Jim. I'm not going to argue with you. I will say I think I might have just sabotaged my own reaction, right? Because I'm not. If the Bengals lose at this point, I don't think I'm even gonna get that upset, right? Because that means I'm gonna get $70. So it's not even gonna be a good reaction video, but whatever. I am recording, so I can put a reaction video out. People can see my fucking pain. Real quick, I'm going to go, I think I'm going to, go for the O, right? Because we're going to be on offense first. So I'm going to go for the O. All right. Oh, looks like 1st and 10, apparently. I missed the kickoff, and that's going to be a handoff to Chase Brown, and he gets tackled for a 1-yard loss. Wow, what's good Lord. Yep, I went to go to the bathroom, and I missed the kickoff. Sorry. What happened on the kickoff? Hold on. I will find out momentarily. 17-yard return to the Bengals 24, so it was a pretty standard kickoff. Okay. Not really even worth being here for, I guess. 2nd and 12. Jake Browning's going to hand the ball off to Chase Brown again. And this time he picks up like 4 yards, so that's, that's okay, I guess. All right. Whatever. The one time I get to actually watch the game and the Bengals don't give a shit. Even Zach Taylor in the mid-game interview says, well, you don't like 4 turnovers. That's it? No anger? Are they drugged? Well, there's no way that Zach Taylor wasn't expressing anger in the locker room, but maybe he's just trying to not throw his guys under the bus in front of the media. I don't know. There's a lot of things that I can get mad at Zach Taylor about in this game. I don't know if that's going to be one of them. Jake Browning, shotgun formation, 3rd and 7, rolling back. He's got good protection. Rolls out to his left and gets out of a sack. Nice job. And he's doesn't end up throwing it in, just ends up going out of bounds. I mean, there must have been nobody open. Just runs out of bounds. It looking like he was going to make something happen there. And now it's going to be 4th and 7, and the Bengals going to have to punt. Okay, all right. Well, Cody from Let's Skull. What's going on, Cody? Appreciate you showing up. I do. And, I mean, obviously, this game has really not gone in a way that I think is even remotely acceptable. But, the only thing I can say right now is we just got to get 5 wins with Jake Browning to get to a point where Joe Burrow can come back and maybe do something. There's a flag on the play, and I think this is the Vikings. That was a great punt, by the way, by Ryan Rico. And the Bengals are going to stop him at the 10-yard line, and I think there's going to be a holding flag or something too on the Vikings, which is going to push them back even farther. So that was at least a good punt. At least Ryan Rico can bounce back from a bad punt. We've at least got that going for us. But yeah, Cody, I appreciate you showing up, man. This game's fucked. It is what it is. I think I'm about, personal foul face mask on the Vikings. Okay, that's even worse than I thought. So they're going to be way backed up. Wait, on the Bengals? Good Lord, they need to fix these fucking graphics in the way that's you can't point toward. I don't understand. Whatever. Okay, I guess PJ Jules is getting he was definitely. He absolutely was, without a doubt. Okay, never mind. And that's definitely the right call. So that's going to be 15 extra yards for the Vikings. So instead of punting the ball and the Bengals getting them down to the 10, now it's going to be at the 25. So it's just fucking standard for today. But anyway, Cody, I'm trying to respond to your comment. Thank you for showing up. If you're even still here at this point, I think you sent that while I was in the bathroom. So if you're still here, feel free to subscribe. We do more than just Bengals content. It's just I make a point to stream all the Bengals games, right? But today, fuck, right? Today, fuck. That's how I feel about it. I feel fuck. This is an absolute disaster of the game. And the only solace I can take is the fact that we're still going to be 2-1 after this. So we can bounce back next week. And Jake Browning is resilient, and he's been kind of careless with the football over the last however many quarters of football. Basically over the last 4 quarters, he's been pretty careless with the football. But maybe he can learn. I don't know. And we've got a simple enough schedule, right? We lose this game, and we just got to get 5 wins with Jake Browning. 6 wins. 7, 8. No, I'm sorry. We got to get 8. Wait, we got to get 8. We got to get 5 wins with Jake Browning to get to 7 wins by the time that Joe Burrow potentially returns against Miami in Week 15, right? Whether he does or not, I don't know. But if we can get to 5 wins, then we can potentially make the playoffs with a 10-7 record, right? And even if we don't make the playoffs, if we go 10-7, then that's momentum for next year, right? Hopefully we can bring Trey Hendrickson back, but you don't know if you're going to. But like we can beat the Broncos next week, right? We can't play this fucking sloppy. But the way we've played today, the defense has generally done well. The offense, when they're not turning the ball over, looks okay. So if we can just clean up the turnovers, maybe next week against the Broncos we can get a win, right? Because their offense isn't very good either. Hold on. Carson Wentz is under center. He's going to hand the ball off to Jordan Mason, and I'm just talking up the defense, and apparently not. He's doing slices right through for about a 15-yard fucking gain. Okay, so if we do that against the Broncos, maybe not. I don't know. But their offense still isn't very good, so that helps. And then we got the Lions the week after that. That one's going to be tough, but maybe we can steal a win. I don't know, but I wouldn't count that one. But maybe. I don't know. And then the Packers game, I would be shocked if we win that. Like, the whole entire planet would be shocked if we won that one. Steelers, Jets, Bears, Steelers, I see no reason why we can't get, like, 2 wins out of that stretch. So you're going into that. There's 3 of your 5 wins that you need. Jordan Mason, once again, taking the handoff and just getting to the outside, and the defense can't fucking stop him. So then after that, you play the Patriots, and you should be able to beat them. So that's, 4 wins. So you might have to, you're probably going to have to steal a win to get to 5, right? But, there's lots of games. There's lots of tough games there that theoretically they could steal a win from. There's a flag on the play, and it's going to be a false start on the Vikings. Dude, this is what's boggling my mind. We're losing this badly. I need to update the quarter thing, by the way. We're losing this badly. We're losing this badly, and the Vikings have just been sloppy, sloppy, sloppy all day. But we've found a way to been, like, phenomenally sloppier. Go Vikings, not into that skull thing, sorry. That's weird. If you're a Vikings fan, I would be super into skull if I was a Vikings fan. I'll just tell you that right now. 62-yarder is a new Vikings record. Yeah, it's like a couple of yards off of the NFL record. Justin Tucker a couple of years ago. All right, Bengals trying to tackle Jordan Mason, can't fucking do it. They give him like 4 yards, but it took 5 guys to bring him down. Good having you on our podcast. I did say our defense does. But again, Cody, like, the defense hasn't played super, super well. They've been getting turnovers. That's the difference. That's the big difference in this game, right? It's basically a 14-point swing, that if those 14 points swing the other way, then right now we're talking about, what would that be, that'd be like a 20-17 lead for the Vikings. So, like, they're still winning, but they're not looking like they're dominating at that point. And now they're really kind of getting it done on offense, and it's absolute trash fucking coverage there. I think by Dax Hill. Yeah, it was Dax Hill on the coverage, and that's Jalen Naylor, right? Jalen Naylor getting the first down. And so, yeah, I mean, right now, it's not a good example of what I've been talking about. But, like, the first half, man, it was really just those turnovers that was the difference in the ball game, and then, like, maybe 1 field goal or something like that. But for the most part, this team was looking okay, and they just completely fucking shot themselves in the foot every time they got anywhere near the avenue of success. So, I mean, again, not trying to take anything away from the Vikings. I want to be clear. And there's a good run by Jordan Mason, about a 5-yard pickup. There's another flag, and this one might be on the Vikings. It's on the Vikings, holding on the Vikings. This is what I'm talking about. But I don't want to take anything away from the Vikings. Y'all, when you're winning 34-3, you can't, like y'all capitalized on those turnovers, right? Like, that takes, like, a lot. Sometimes you don't capitalize on turnovers. Sometimes you don't even fall on the ball, right? But I want to clarify that I don't think I was crazy. I don't think I was insane to make the prediction that I made. Because if the Bengals don't come out here and shoot themselves in the fucking foot, then I think we're actually pretty close to the scoreline that I predicted. You know, maybe the Vikings would be winning, but not by a phenomenal amount. Carson Wentz all the time in the world to throw, and it's going to get Justin Jefferson, and he's going to pick up about, what was that, like 10 yards? It's going to be 3rd and 5. 2nd and 5, sorry. Isaiah Rodgers scores more touchdowns than Brownings will have touchdown passes, I bet. By the end of the day? Well, yeah. Obviously. Well, now, I don't know. I feel like we're going to get a few garbage time, touchdowns. Like, because the Vikings, like come the 4th quarter, the Vikings, I think, are going to start playing, like, soft. And, yeah, I think that's the way that's probably going to go. All right. That's going to be a handoff, 36. Scott. It's going to be a first down. Absolutely fucking disgusting. Terrible. I think the Bengals are going to get a couple, garbage time points near the end there. But because I think the Vikings are going to, like, go soft a little bit on their coverage, and by which I mean they're going to strategically, not be as worried about, like, stopping offensive progression because they know they've got the game in the bag, and they're going to be more focused on, like, burning clock. And I think the Bengals are going to be able to get in the end zone a couple of times because of that. But the final score of the game is still going to be something like what, like, probably 41 to, maybe even more than that, like, 45. The final score of the game is probably I'm guessing is probably going to be somewhere around, like, 44, maybe 45. I guess 45 would be weird. You know what I'm trying to say? Like the Vikings are gonna be in the 40s at the end of this game, and the Bengals are probably gonna, like, get some garbage time points and be, like, in the 20s probably at some point. Because the Vikings are just gonna, like, do whatever. They're not gonna worry so much about being really stingy at the end. They just want to make sure that they don't, like, let any massive momentum swinging big plays go. I think that's the way it's going to go. Let's Skull. They're still only 2-1. Don't think Super Bowl yet, okay? Yeah, I definitely wouldn't be thinking Super Bowl. I'd be thinking Super Bowl for the Vikings about as much. Actually, I'm not going to lie. And I know this sounds crazy to say when we're down 34-3 in the 3rd quarter, right? So laugh at me all you want for saying this. But I think that the Bengals' chances of winning a Super Bowl are still higher than the Vikings. And the reason I say that, okay, I know it sounds crazy, and I'm not trying to disrespect or whatever, but the reason I say that is because J.J. McCarthy hasn't really looked very good this year. So even when he does come back, are the Vikings a Super Bowl-bound team despite their quarterback? That seems unlikely. It could happen. I did say on my show like a week or two ago that J.J. McCarthy's got that championship DNA in him, so maybe he gets it together at the moment that he needs to, right? But the Bengals, on the other hand, like I said, they just got to get to the playoffs, which is a lot harder to do with not winning this game, but they can still do it. They just got to get 5 of their remaining 11 games left on their schedule. They got to get a win, and that's possible. Now, will they do it? Not playing like this, obviously, but, like, they could make it to the playoffs. And then you get Joe Burrow back, and at that point, anything can happen. Like Joe Burrow on this team, I absolutely believe is a Super Bowl caliber team. So it's really contingent on whether the Bengals make the playoffs or not, which is still fully on the table at currently 2-0. I don't have to say 2-1 yet until this game's over. Bengals actually stopped the run on that 1st and 10, and wow, good job, guys, for once. Mostly because Jordan Mason tripped. Didn't say Super Bowl? Yeah. This is going to make the comeback even more impressive. That's the spirit, Leather Turkey. There you go. That sure is. Sure is. Oh, man. Can you imagine, like, if we got 4 turnovers and ended up just reversing the entire score of this game? Man, that would go down in history. Oh, man. The problem is being so similar, our defense is just way better. I don't know if I agree with that. I don't know if I would agree with that because, like, if not for the turnovers, and this is the same deal with the Bengals, if not for the turnovers, it hasn't been an incredible performance by the Vikings defense. Like, they've been letting the Bengals move the ball, not on every drive, but they've been letting the Bengals move the ball. And like I said, if it weren't for the turnovers, this would be a very close ball game right now. So turnovers are good, don't get me wrong, but turnovers are also, like, aren't really a reflection of skill. Turnovers are a reflection of having heads up and whatever, but it's like when the Bengals kind of thrive on that shit, right? On like getting turnovers and like making up for bad defensive play. But I say every time the Bengals do it, there's another. I don't think it's quite a first down. Now they're calling it a first down. But every time the Bengals defense does that, I say that I'll take the turnovers as you would take the turnovers, right? But there was just a lot. There was way too much. Like when the Bengals do that, I usually hedge that a little bit by saying like it's just they're too sloppy outside of the turnovers, and I don't really trust them. So that's the perspective I gotta take as a Bengals fan at this point, right? Them odds are wrong. Yeah, well. All right, Jordan Mason's going to go in for the touchdown, and he wasn't even remotely in the vicinity of being held back. Like, good Lord, people. Good absolute fucking God. What are you doing? I'll give you credit. Your defense, and like on plays like that, it definitely looks like y'all's defense is better. I'll absolutely give you credit on that. I do think your defense is at least a little better than ours. But like I said, our defense thrives off of turnovers too, and they haven't really gotten any today. All right, kick is up. That's good. It's 41-3. Oh man, yeah. This is like again. I don't blame y'all. If y'all want to go watch a different game. Because this is it's the third quarter and it's about as it was already over, but it's over now. Like there's no fucking chance. There's no fucking chance. Never bet against the Bengals bad juju. They've had pretty decent juju this year. Jake Browning threw 3 turnovers against the Jaguars last year, but they found a way to win regardless. Last week. But they found a way to win regardless. And then their offense was really sloppy against the Browns, and they found a way to win regardless. So this year, the bad juju hasn't been there. It smacked them in the face this week. What happened, Mikey? Scoreboard, it's third quarter. Yeah, well, I got it up now. But what happened was 4 fucking turnovers. What happened was 4 turnovers, 2 of which were defensive scores for the Vikings. So at this point, I can't really argue. I can't really argue that the Bengals would, have a chance in this game all that much. Because even if you take 14 points off of what the Vikings have right now, that's hold on. That's 27 points, so the Bengals would be losing 27-3. And then if you give the Bengals 4 points, that's 27-17. So it's like, oh, I'm sorry, 14. If you give the Bengals 14 points and you take 14 points off of the Vikings, then that's 27-17, and so you're losing by 10, right? Now, part of that is like you have more momentum, so that last touchdown that just happened, maybe you get more oomph from the team, because like at this point the game's over. Like, who's even really seriously like thinking that a comeback's even possible at this point? I don't know. So maybe you've got a better mentality if you're on that drive. And so, you're potentially only down by 3 right now if everything else goes the same. Worst case scenario, you're down by 10 right now if everything else goes the same. But those 4 turnovers fucking destroyed him. You gotta take better care of the ball. You just have to take better care of the ball. And actually, frankly, and we're really getting into speculation and what ifs and stuff right now anyway, right? But is really, Do you really need me to sit here and tell you that the Bengals fucking suck today? Like, you know, I think might as well speculate at this point because, like, what the fuck else are we gonna do? But let's say the Bengals didn't turn the ball over 4 times, right? They protected the ball and everything's good. Well, what would happen is the Vikings would theoretically, let's see, so that's 14 points. Let's see. Yep, so there's 14. Where's the rest? I'm not seeing. Oh, here we go. The Vikings got a fumble after that, fumble and a field goal. So yeah, the Vikings basically got 14 points. 14. The Vikings got 24 points today off of turnovers. So in theory, and again, I'm absolutely aware I'm coping, guys. Don't try to tell me that I'm stupid for saying stuff like this, because like I know I'm just saying what if right now. But if the Bengals don't turn the ball over 4 times, then it is conceivable. Because the defense has only given up 17 points to the Vikings without being first fucked over by a turnover, right? Jake Browning's trying to get out of pressure, and he's got all day to throw, and just eventually just throws it short to Chase Brown. Like, if that's the only guy you got to throw to, I guess I get it, and, you know, you get about 3 yards there. But, like, man, all day to throw like that? And you tell me Jamar Chase and T. Higgins aren't open. Or Mike Gesicki, you know? I don't know, whatever. But, yeah, so, I mean, like, if you take all those turnovers off the board, then the Vikings have 17 points, right? And then the Bengals potentially have... let's see, I don't think... there you can say realistically that there would have been a touchdown at any point. Here, hold on. Jake Browning, shotgun snap, throws, caught. There you go. Nice play by Drew Sample to kind of thread the needle. And that was a dangerous play by Jake Browning, but at this point, fuck it, dude. Just go for broke at this point. Like, might as well. So, fumble, and the Bengals were at the 47-yard line. Yeah, you can't really call much with that one. And with this one, the Bengals were at the 47-yard line. So yeah, you can't really speculate whether the Bengals would have gotten points on those drives. But at the very least, the game without those turnovers is a tie 17-17 ball game. So again, I know I'm massively coping as Jake Browning throws that one into the dirt, but you know. To answer the question as to what happened is we turned the ball over 4 fucking times. Apparently the Bengals have never won in Minnesota in franchise history. I guess we should be less surprised. I don't think that has anything to do with anything, Dan, but I mean, it's an interesting stat. Bengals look good. What? What do you mean? What? No, they don't. What? Are you being a troll? Jake Browning throws intercepted. Why not? Why not? Throw another interception in there. Fuck it, dude. You're getting me closer and closer to winning $70. Fuck it. Fuck it. Who this? Fuck it. It's honestly just funny at this point. Like I am, I think, internally boiling and fuming and whatever, but like, once it gets to the surface, I think it just turns into humor at this point. It's just funny. It like, I have nothing to say at this. It's not that I can't get any more pissed off than I already have. It's just funny at this point, you know. Well, fuck it, let's go for broke. Let's go for, you know, let's go for an absolute whatever the biggest blowout in Bengals history is. Let's break a fucking record today. Why not? Bengals' biggest blowout in franchise history is a 37-point loss to the Saints, which Mikey talks about a lot. So that was actually the worst loss in Bengals history. It was a 37-point loss to the Saints, the finish with a score of 51-14. Right now, the Bengals have let's see, 41 minus 3. I shouldn't need to do that in a calculator. Right now, the Bengals are actually worse off right now. The Bengals are behind by 38 points. So if the score holds, this would be the worst loss in all of Bengals history. At least as far as scoreline goes. Obviously not the most heartbreaking loss or whatever, but definitely the worst loss, the worst point differential in a loss in Bengals history. Great. I have the Steelers and Patriots on CBS now. Well, you know what? Like, Jim came in the other day and was like, that's a better game than this one. Well, frankly, that's a better game than this one, John. Like, I mean, the only people who like this game are Vikings fans, right? Like, and y'all really like this game, don't get me wrong. But this isn't an interesting game from a neutral perspective to watch. And obviously, we Bengals fans absolutely fucking hate this one. Is Mikey here? I think he was briefly here, but I think he's got his own game, and he was just coming in to ask what happened. The Panthers are blowing out the Falcons, and the Falcons are still better than the Saints. Yeah, I don't have any room to talk right now. Jaguars are beating the Texans 10-3. Packers are beating the Browns 10-0, which is kind of impressive. That I wonder what's been happening in that game. How are they only up 10-0 against the goddamn Browns? Good Lord. Colts are up 34-13 on the Titans. So at least it's not just us. Steelers and Patriots are tied 14-14. Maybe the Patriots are driving too. So I don't know. Maybe the Steelers can at least lose. That'll make me feel a little better. Jordan Mason with another big fucking run, and nobody's there to even get in his way even a little bit, and he picks up about 15 yards on that run. And I'm just at this point, I don't know. I think at this point I'm just rooting for the $70 guys. I think at this point I'm just rooting for, like, just keep piling those points on. And here's the other thing, you know, you want to talk about some cope. I'm about to hit y'all with some cope, okay? If the more points the Bengals lose by in this one, the more pissed off they're going to be next week against the Broncos, right? So maybe they come out next week and they're just really ready to fucking fuck some people over, right? That's real. That's real, like you know, high grade copium right there on my part. But Jalen Naylor, another 14-yard catch. Like I said, just fucking pile it on. Let's go. Come on, more points. Because I also just realized that I think my bet might have something to do with, like, the score, right? I think that's part of why I still like picking the Vikings, like, actually wins me money, I think, is because I was betting on the score to be essentially as bad or worse as it was. So anyway, Jordan Mason's going to take the handoff, and he's nobody fucking tackling him, and gets to about the 10-yard line, which is where he's going to go down, and I am living in hell. I am absolutely living in just the butt-fuckiest of hell right now. Let me see if I can find my bet. It says your bets will show up here. Well, they're not doing that. This says my bets. So let's see. What's the line that I bet? I bet 30.5 to the Vikings, which right now is looking like they're even going to exceed that. Like what I said, the score right now is 31, so they're already over. So if they get another touchdown here, they're going to be well over. Pain. Why would you bother watching this, Kyle? It was over when it was 31-3. Because I run a YouTube channel, Jim, and because it's I think I actually talked about this. I talked about this with the Skull people, like the Let's Skull cast. I didn't get a chance to talk about it on the stream, but the guy who I think runs the show, I was talking to him about it after the show, and I was talking, there was a whole discussion about how doing, these shows gives you an opportunity to vent when things go poorly. Carson Wentz just looking like Patrick Mahomes out here, getting through that line and all that pressure to get like only a 3-yard gain, but fuck it, whatever. But the reason why I'm still here, Jim, is because honestly, venting helps. So I'm basically I'm using my platform to vent, and might as well try to get through it, right? You know, fuck it. I ain't no fucking. I ain't a bitch. I'll be here to the fucking 0-0-0 like I am every week. Carson Wentz throws, and that's a touchdown, TJ Hawkinson. Let's go. That's 7 more points toward me winning $70. All right. All right. The DraftKings is going to compensate me for pain and suffering. All right. And, again, best news of the day is it's one game, right? The best news of the day is we can come back next week and look way better. Because we certainly don't look very good right now. All right, it's 47-3, and the kick is up, and that's good. 48-3, and the Vikings take a 45-point lead. And I only need them to win by 31. So I guess I don't know. I mean, I don't want to root against my team. I'm just expressing how fucking broken I am right now. I don't like this for the Bengals. But at the same time, like, the stress that I'm being caused here, obviously it's nothing that these guys are going through, but they're being paid millions of dollars. So, you know, I think we can maybe even it out a little bit here. You know, at least I don't have to watch this and not make some money, right? Like, they can watch this happen and be like Trey Hendrickson can watch this and like, man, I'm gonna go cry into my millions and millions of dollars, right? Like, you know. So I don't feel that bad for the team. Like, this sucks, but it's also one game, and if you're gonna come out and play this badly, then you deserve to feel bad. And again, you're making a ton of money, so fuck it. Bro, this is not a game. This is a humiliation ritual. Like I said, I hope it hurts, and I hope they come out next week and they're really pissed off and ready to take it to the Broncos, right? That's my only hope. Falcons, Jets, and Bengals should have phoned their games in. I mean, honestly, a forfeit at this point might be less embarrassing. There's a flag immediately, and Charlie Jones gets out of a tackle, but there's like 4 more fucking flags that go all over the field. And Charlie Jones gets out to about the 39-yard line before he gets tackled. So it's a decent kick return, but this is absolutely, no question, this is coming back. I would do better at quarterback than Browning at this point. I don't think you would do better than Browning, Dan. Like, I mean, it's a 2-interception game. It's not the first 2-interception game that's happened today. The reason the score is like this right now is because of all of the turnovers, only 2 of which are Jake Browning's fault, right? It's 5 turnovers at this point, right? Because like they fumbled 3 times. I think it might be because it was 2 fumbles that did not go for a touchdown and 1 fumble that did. So it was 3 fumbles and 2 interceptions. So 2 interceptions. Jake Browning has thrown 2 interceptions, and it's not been the best game from him. But I've seen way worse games from quarterbacks before. This is not embarrassing for Jake Browning because of his performance. I mean, it probably is because he's a professional and he's gonna. You know, he's going to look at his own culpability and everything like that. But the most embarrassing part of this for anybody is the fact that they are a member of the Cincinnati Bengals. This is incredibly embarrassing for the Bengals. All right, I think that's a flag on the Bengals. Wait, it's flags on both teams. Okay, that's interesting. 2 illegal blocks in the backs on the Bengals. All of the penalties offset and were re-kicking. The Bengals had 2 blocks in the back, but because the Vikings did one thing wrong, we're offsetting penalties. Why couldn't we get on the fucking fumble? Why couldn't we get offsetting penalties on that? Right? Wasn't there didn't the Bengals get? Maybe it wasn't offsetting penalties. Never mind. I think it was flags. I think all the flags were on the Bengals. It was 2 flags on the Bengals. I think, if I recall. Never mind. I don't know. I'm just trying to cope. The O-line has been a disappointment. It seems Jake's running for his life for most of the game. The O-line has definitely been a bit disappointing today. They were better last week. They've not been particularly great. Actually, the O-line's been okay pass protecting today. Not great, but they've been okay pass protecting today. Jake's, I think, needs to sit in the pocket a little bit more because he clearly can't throw on the run. But they've been doing a horrendous job of run blocking. I will say that. It should be 28-14, but May threw a red zone pick and Ramondre fumbled twice. See, that's like Richard's saying the same thing I'm saying, right? Like the score should be a lot closer than it really is. But because of some absolutely stupid fucking plays, like just a few individual stupid fucking plays, these turnovers, just completely the Bengals shooting themselves in the foot, we've got 48-3 right now, which at this point, you're not going to win a game when you turn the ball over 5 times. You're just not going to do it, right? You might as well just fucking, like, pack it in, put your backups in, right? Like, we honestly, you might put Mike White in, and not to bench Jake Browning, but more so just to keep Jake Browning healthy. Because, I mean, the game's over. Taj Brooks, and there you go. We got Taj Brooks running the ball now, so I'm not crazy. Taj Brooks runs the ball, and that's one of the best runs of the day. He gets like 6 yards. Man. How are the Packers only up 10 at the Factory of Sadness? I don't know. I really do not understand. I don't even know where it's at right now. The Browns' current drive has them, it's 3rd and goal. Wow, they're at the goal line. And Joe Flacco passed short middle to Jerome Ford for 3 yards. But I guess, so it wasn't a touchdown. So I guess 4th and goal, and the Browns are going to, I guess, probably go for a field goal. I'm guessing, I think it's 4th down for the Browns. If I'm not incorrect on that, I don't know. Yeah, it's 4th and goal. I cannot tell where on the goal line it is, though, because Gamecast is being a dumb thing. I don't know. I think I'm gonna bring that game up too. I'm not switching. I'm just gonna also bring the. I'm gonna bring the Browns game up too while we're on commercial, just so I can figure out what's going on. Wonder if I can get like a multi-screen thing going. That might be more interesting than watching the Bengals. It's not wanting to load. We're on commercial anyway, so I got time to figure it out, I guess. It's not even giving me the option to go live. I don't quite understand that. Can I, like... How to do YouTube multi-screen, YouTube TV multi-screen on desktop. You cannot do multi-view on desktop. Only available on TV and mobile devices. To get a similar experience on desktop, you must open multiple browser windows, log into YouTube TV each time, and manually arrange and resize the window to your preference. Kind of hard to do that when this Browns game won't fucking load. Maybe I'll try to bring up my other browser, since I've got it open anyway. It's not working at all. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to switch. I'm not switch, but I don't think I'm gonna be able to get that game going. Jake Brown is gonna throw it up, and he's got Jamar Chase for a big catch. There you go. That's a play that I'm not gonna get too excited, but that's a play. This is what I'm talking about. I think the Bengals are probably gonna score some garbage time points. Now, why I can't bring up this goddamn Browns game, I don't understand. Here we go. I think I got it. I think I got it now. All right, cool. Got to put that on mute, though. And that game's actually on commercial right now. So, for now, we're just going to have the Bengals. It's going to be a handoff to Taj Brooks, and he gets like a yard. It's not. That's not. Oh man. I mean, it's Taj Brooks, so I hope Chase Brown's not hurt. I hope that's not why Taj Brooks is out there. I mean, I don't think it's that important, but I mean, it's important whether Chase Brown's hurt or not. I don't know if they're going to sit Chase Brown for health reasons, just for the sake of being careful. I don't know if they would do that. All right, Jake Browning is going to motion Charlie Jones out to the left side. He's going to fake the handoff, play action pass, and that's going to be a pass to... It's another fucking fumble. Luckily this time, Charlie Jones falls on it. I don't know. Like somebody said earlier, like, I wonder if the ball is slippery, but the Vikings aren't fumbling the ball. How slippery can the ball be? This Browns game's almost over. The Browns did get a field goal, by the way. That was Cam Grandy, by the way, on the catch and fumble. This is fucking terrible, man. How are we just... Why can nobody hold on to the ball? Luckily, that one bounced the Bengals' way, but the other three didn't. I think my three least favorite teams, Rams, Raiders, Browns, both are bad. Why do you not like the Browns, John? Is it just because you kind of like the Bengals? Is that why? I also don't get the Raiders at all. Like, the Raiders don't make any sense to me. I'm confused about the Browns, so you might have to explain that one. I guess we'll have to settle for a 16-1 season. That's the spirit, Leather Turkey. There we go. Hey, look, the Packers are only beating the Browns 10-3, so they're mortal. Why do we have to count that as a definite loss, right? The Bengals aren't gonna play like this every week. They can beat the Packers if they really try very hard and believe in themselves and the power of magic and friendship. You never know. It's 3rd and 3. Jake Browning's going to take the shotgun snap. He's going to throw, and that's caught by Chase Brown, who does not even get a first fucking down. It's going to be 4th down, and I mean, like, I guess you go for it at this point, right? 48-3. Maybe you bring out the kicking unit just because the game's over, and you're gonna injuries. I don't know. That's a great play by the Bengals corner, or by the Vikings cornerback though, to make that tackle. Google says Washington. Oh, hold on. The Bengals did go for it, and Jake Browning, quarterback, sneaks it and gets the first down. So we're just gonna extend the drive, I guess. I don't fucking know. Not entirely sure I care. Google says Washington 51-7 Rams is the biggest score differential of all time. Yeah, the biggest score differential of all time. I was looking at the Bengals, which was 51-14 loss to the Saints back in 2018. 44 There's a flag. Whatever this is on the Bengals. So never mind on the conversion. Oh, wait, maybe it was after the play. So they did give the Bengals the first down, though. So it must have been something that happened after the play. I forget what this is. I remember 17-20 Dolphins-Broncos a few seasons ago. Yeah, that's the other thing, Dan. The Broncos lost 70-20 to the Dolphins. That's got to be the biggest score differential of all time, because that's 50 points. Like the Rams, the Rams and Washington score is that's only 40. It's going up to T. Higgins, and nope, nothing there. Throwing the ball up to T. Higgins, and that was great coverage on the play. There's a flag. I wonder if they're going to call like pass interference. Jordan Love threw an interception to the Browns. Interesting. Yep, they're calling pass interference on the Vikings there. All right, well, like I said, the good news is that the Packers look mortal, so maybe we can just beat the Packers instead of the Vikings. Wouldn't that be crazy, you know? Wouldn't that be crazy? If we beat the Packers and lose this badly to the Vikings, that would be wild, man. That would be absolutely freaking wild. All right, Jake Browning's coming out at the 1.5 yard line. He's going to hand the ball off to Chase Brown, who gets tackled in the backfield. Good Lord, you had 1 yard. You had 1 yard to go. And you can't even get in the fucking end zone that way. Good Lord, Vikings. Man. I mean, Bengals, I'm sorry. The Vikings did a good job there. So the Bengals backed up to the 4-yard line now. Joe Flacco throwing to the end zone, and I think the Packers are also going to get pass interference on that play, basically trying to tackle Cedric Tillman. Yep. So, Jake Browning shotgun snap, and he's rolling around. He's going to throw it short, and he's got Drew Sample. There's a flag on the play. He might have gotten a touchdown. I think Drew Sample gets in the end zone. There is a flag on the play, though, so I'm guessing there's going to be some sort of holding or some shit that's going to... Yeah, and they're not even putting up the touchdown thing on the thing, so now there's a touchdown. Oh no, the flag's on the Vikings. Okay, so the touchdown stands. What do you know? And the Browns get in the end zone, so the Browns about to tie this game with the Packers. All right. Well, there you go. Feels weird to be rooting for the Browns right now, but making the Packers look mortal is something that maybe makes me feel slightly better about maybe we can steal a win from them. I doubt it, but maybe, All right, well, the Bengals get a touchdown. The Bengals get on the board as far as touchdowns go, and doesn't make me feel good at all. But Evan McPherson gets the extra point. And so it is a 48-10 ball game right now. My only solace is that I just need the Vikings to win by 31 at this point so I can get my $70. And right now they're still winning by, 10? No, I'm sorry, not 10. They're winning by 38. So they've got basically a there's a 7-point cushion there, right, for me. So, if the Bengals can still score another touchdown, and as long as the Vikings can't give up 2 more touchdowns to the Bengals without getting any points of their own, right? So it's basically the Vikings cannot give up more than 7 points to the Bengals without scoring themselves, right? I don't really want to root for that, but I feel no sympathy for the Bengals right now. Like, fuck you. Coming out here looking like this. Making me look like a fucking idiot. Wrong team is getting garbage time points. Rest in peace anybody who has a Bengal on fantasy. Yep. Now I'm back. Yay, Atlanta sucks. Cool. You're okay. I don't have anything to say right now, Mikey. I literally have nothing to say right now. I'll probably have some shit to say on Thursday, but right now I have nothing to say. I can't say shit. My team's losing 48-10, and up until a fucking pass interference call, we were losing 48-3, right? Genuinely, I'm like, make every player do a press conference, make every player say what they did wrong, and every coach too. This is zero effort by the Bengals. No, it's not zero effort, Dan. It was a catastrophic series of fuck ups by 5 people who turned the ball over. 4 because Jake Browning threw 2 interceptions. But it pretty much is the turnovers that's the difference in this game. Like, the Vikings are winning by more than the turnovers at this point, but a lot of that's, I think, because of the game just being so out of hand that it's you're just trying to throw anything at the wall and see if it sticks, and if you give up points, you give up points, right? Man, is this game over yet? I'm kind of hungry, I'd like some food in my stomach. It's the 4th quarter, isn't it? Don't I need to change it to the 4th quarter? Please let it be the 4th quarter. I can't tell because they're not putting the scoreboard back up yet. Can we just get like a long sustained Vikings drive and just go home? Man, it is indeed the 4th quarter. That's good news, I guess. I don't know. Vikings are going to get the return and get it to about the 35-yard line. pain. Pain and misery. Like I said, there's the good news. If there's any good news to be had, it's that it's one game. Were it not for all the turnovers, this would be not that bad, and most of those turnovers are not the type of turnovers you expect to happen on any sort of regular basis. The Vikings got their backup back to Carson Wentz in there now with Max Brosmer. That's kind of humiliating. All right, and that's going to be. Did the Bengals get a fumble recovery? No, they're saying he was down. Oh, the Vikings player recovered it. Why are the Bengals getting excited? So it seems there was a fumble, but the Vikings player recovered it. So I don't fucking know. Now we can cry together. I'm not ready to cry, Mikey. I'm ready for this game to be over. I'm ready to get to next week and see if they can come out and do anything against the Broncos. But I'm not like I said. The reason we're getting blown out in this game is because of the turnovers. If we can, just not turn the ball over a bunch against the Broncos, it might be okay. Not Carson Wentz, Max Brosmer or whatever is going to throw across the middle, and that's broken up. So, cool. Browns and Raiders, both bad for years, so why do you hate them if they're bad? It seems like a weird thing. The only reason I hate the Browns is because they're a rival of the Bengals. The fact that they're bad makes me sometimes feel bad about hating them, but not enough. Brown is not a good color for primary color in sports. That's a semi-valid reason, I guess. I have family in Baltimore, so I like them. Ew. I have met fans of Steelers and Bengals. Also, ew. Wow, Max Brosmer out there not looking very good, throwing the ball at all. The Vikings going to have to punt. What happened in the third quarter? I think it's just already over. I think is what happened in the third quarter. There's not much to analyze. Like, what are you even gonna do? Like, the Bengals offense couldn't really get anything going. The game was pretty much already over. The Bengals punted on their first drive. The Vikings got a touchdown. At that point, it's 41-3, right? So the game is basically over. Jake Browning throws another interception after that, but again, it's over, so it's just kind of funny at that point. Then the Vikings get a touchdown, and the Bengals answer it with a garbage time touchdown. I'm sorry. The Vikings get a touchdown after the interception. The Bengals answer it with a garbage time touchdown. That's what happened. So, yep, that's where we're at. Jordan Love's going to hand the ball off, and the Browns do a good job of stopping the run there. And the Packers are in field goal range right now, and what I think they're trying to do is they're trying to run the clock down to kick a game-winning field goal. But who knows? Maybe we got some Flacco magic, and not that I want to root for the Browns. I just want the Packers to be mortal. There was the Packers fumbled on that play, but he was right there on top of it, so that helps. Boy, honestly, I'm just rooting for this game to be over. Like, I'm garbage time points don't make anybody feel better. It helps your stats a little bit, but garbage time points don't make anybody feel better. I just want this game to be over quick. Just, man, Vikings, can y'all just, run the ball? Max Brosmer didn't look very good throwing the ball. Just run the ball. All right, whittle the game down. It's over. Just put us out of our fucking misery. Come on. Y'all want to run up the score, then run up the score, but if you're going to do that, at least be good at running up the score. Okay, they're reviewing this fumble, so maybe the Browns did come up with it. I don't know. I thought he was down when I saw that. I'm looking at the Packers and Browns game, by the way, just because I need something of interest to give me at least the false sense of hope, right? Oh, yeah, that ball definitely came out. Now, maybe the Browns did come up with it. That might be a fumble. That might actually be a fumble. I guess it depends on who came up with it afterwards. I thought the Packers got back on top of it. But there was a Browns player who kind of came there and pretty clearly had a shot to recover. I didn't keep up with enough with that play, but maybe the Browns get a turnover here. You never know. That would be crazy. That's definitely a fumble. Now, who came up with it is the question. The Browns might have come up with it. 1st and 10 for the Bengals. It's 48-10. With 10:13 left to go in the fourth quarter, Jake Browning rolls back. He's going to throw. He's got Mike Gesicki. And Mike Gesicki picks up about 7 or 8 yards there because the Vikings are correctly letting them get short plays and letting that clock run. Like, that's the move, honestly. Like, that's really the best move you can make right now, is just try to whittle that clock down. Well, we'll see what happens. Jake Browning, shotgun formation. Takes a snap, hands the ball off to Taj Brooks, and he goes nowhere. Maybe got a yard. It's honestly just kind of funny at this. It's not like I'm not even like I'm mad, but like at a level of anger where I'm not even really feeling it anymore, right? Like I think it's just funny at this point. 3rd and 3. Looks like the review's not going to go in the Browns' way because Kevin Stefanski's kind of mad. Call stands. Okay, well, so much for that. I don't really care. I think I'd rather the Browns lose the game, right? But like the Packers looking like mortal, that's probably good. All right, Jake Browning gets sacked. I'm in hell. I'm in hell. I'm going to be $70 richer after this game's over, but I am in hell. I am in the lowest, deepest layer of hell right now from a football fan perspective. Like, again, the good news is it's one game, and we're still going to be 2-1 after this game. We can come out next week and we can beat the Broncos, right? We'll be 3-1. And then after that, punt is away, by the way. You're gonna get it out to about the 20. Gets a good running lane to the side, to the 25. Makes a man miss. 30, 35, 40. 43-yard line is where the fucking punt return goes. And I don't even know how to proceed in life in general, like in general, not with living, but which is with my course in life at this point. Just what do we? Oh boy, this is a game. This is a football game that is happening in September of 2025, and part of the problem is Joe Burrow's out, and there's a flag on that play, which false start on the Vikings, which looked like the center fumbled and then fell on top of it anyway, so I don't fucking know. Next week we play the Broncos. Can we beat the Broncos? If we don't play like this, we can. We absolutely fucking can if we don't play like this. Lions. That one's going to be a tough one. Bengals give up nothing on the run on that play. That's nice. It's going to be 2nd and 15. The Packers, they look pretty vulnerable right now. Packers probably about to win this game on a field goal attempt over the Browns. Unless they miss it, which could happen. 27 seconds left, and the Packers take their first time out with 4:13 left to go, and they're going. Brandon McManus, I think, is going to come out and attempt a field goal kick here. 2nd and 15 for the Vikings. Max Brosmer is in the backfield. He's going to hand the ball off, and that is also another good run stop by the Bengals. But again, we're talking about basically third stringers at this point. Good job stopping those guys. It's going to be 3rd and 13, and the Bengals offense is going to potentially get another shot to come out here and go 3 and out again. But they might score a touchdown. You never know. You never know. You never know, guys. Like, honestly. Like, the Bengals could come back and win this game. Like, for real. Like, that's physically possible. If you, like, I'm sure somewhere in quantum mechanics has, like, a law that says you can do that, right? I mean, if maybe quantum mechanics is the answer, as they throw for about 10 yards there, but it's still gonna be fourth down. But maybe quantum mechanics is the answer. Because think about it. What's the law in quantum mechanics where, like, you know, if you don't observe two particles, then they can appear in like a spectrum of places, but as soon as you observe the particle, then it lands in a certain spot. So maybe the answer is to stop watching the game, and then all possibilities are on the table, right? Because technically, it's like Schrodinger's cat. If I'm not watching the game, then anything could happen, right? That, like, in the likelihood of the Bengals winning this game might be increased by me ceasing to watch. The Browns blocked the field goal? Damn! The Browns blocked the field goal. What do you know? And they got a flag on the first offensive play there. So maybe the Browns, maybe Andre Smite redeems himself. Maybe he gets a chance to get the game-winning field goal here over the Packers. Wouldn't that be something? I know it's not good, because fuck the Browns. But it's good because the Packers are looking mortal at that point, right? And maybe there's just the sliver of a chance that the Bengals, if they don't turn the ball over 5 times, can steal one from them, right? Because they beat the Jaguars, and the Jaguars are a halfway decent team. The Bengals have a different quarterback in now, so I think the Bengals are giving up on this game, which is probably good for my bet. But anyway, that's going to be a handoff to Taj Brooks, and it goes for 1 yard. Where's the Bengals roster? Number 11, whoever number 11 is. I should probably know the Bengals quarterbacks, right? Is that Mike White? Nope, it's Brett Rippon, who apparently made the team over Mike White, which is a little confusing. But, yeah, Brett Rippon is in there for the Bengals, and okay. Taj Brooks is going to take the handoff, and he basically gets fucking... I'm surprised that wasn't a face mask the way he tackled him, but whatever. It's going to be 3rd down, and he gets a decent amount of yardage there, but it's going to be 3rd and 2. So, you know, 5:02. We're just under now 5 minutes left to play. So, like, look, guys, listen to me. Hear me out. If Brett Rippon throws for a Hail Mary here, and the Bengals get a touchdown, and then onside kick, and then Brett Rippon throws another Hail Mary touchdown, and then another onside kick, and he gets sacked. Fuck me, right? Jesus. Okay. So as I was saying, if the Bengals would let me finish my thought before just embarrassing themselves further, if Ryan Rico fakes the punt here and throws a Hail Mary pass for a touchdown, and then the Bengals recover the onside kick, and then Brett Rippon comes out and makes up for the sack, but it's going to be a punt anyway. But in theory, you know, maybe he fumbles here, and the Bengals get a fumble recovery touchdown, and then Brett Rippon, and they almost got him to fumble the ball actually, but he doesn't. But let's say, you know, Bengals, like, Brett Rippon comes out, gets a touchdown, and then they get the onside kick, and then Brett Rippon comes out and gets another touchdown, and then they get another onside kick, and then Brett Rippon comes out and gets another touchdown. And then they get another onside kick, and then Brett Rippon comes out and gets another touchdown. And then they get another onside kick, and then Brett Rippon comes out and gets another touchdown. And then they get another onside kick, and then they win the game or they tie the game, I think, actually, with an Evan McPherson field goal, and go into overtime and win the game there. Technically, they could do that with, like, 3 minutes left to go. I mean, technically, how much time would come, like, how was that, like, 5 touchdowns with the onside kick? and then the field goal. Cam Sample tackles the Vikings running back for a yard, and I don't even know who's even in the game anymore. You got, I think there's another new Vikings quarterback in there. I don't think it's the same guy from like Max Brosmer. I don't think it's him anymore. I'm wrong. It is still Max Brosmer. But the running back is Cam Akers, who, how is he the third string? I don't know. Maybe he's new or something like that. I didn't really check anything like that. Well, maybe if Max Brosmer fumbles the snap, which he doesn't, but he's going to throw the ball, he's going to hand the ball off to 31, and he's going to fumble, but it's actually instead of that, he's going to cut and get a first down. But on the next play, Max Brosmer is going to throw a pick six, and then they're going to come back out, and the Bengals are going to get another pick six on the following play. Or maybe an interception. Did the Browns won. Holy shit, the Browns won with a field goal. Ah! I'm going to have to go back and watch that Tom Grossi stream. That's you know what, that might make me feel at least a little better about my humiliation, because like the Packers lost to the fucking Browns. And there's another run by the Vikings, and it's just nothing. Hey, at least the good news is I am almost assured to win $70, guys. The DraftKings is going to compensate me for my pain and suffering. And I don't mean to give, I'm not sponsored by them, so I don't mean to give them like free advertising or whatever, but the copium's strong. Haven't met a Browns fan. Raiders are similar to Browns. Well, I live in Ohio, so that's part of why I've met a lot of Browns fans, John. Raiders are similar to Browns, have basically been irrelevant. Yeah, but they got cool uniforms, though. Like, the Raiders, like, probably the best logo in the NFL. Really, really sweet uniforms. They're, like, classic and timeless. I don't want to say every time I talk about a team, I talk about having a soft spot for them. I don't want to say I have a soft spot for the Raiders, but I think they have cool uniforms, and I do kind of like their, like, the black hole, like the fans who, like, dress up and look like Guar and shit like that. Like, I kind of vibe with I like the vibe of the Raiders, because the Raiders have, like, this, like, death metal vibe, and that, like, for those of y'all who don't know, like, my musical tastes, I fuck with the death metal vibe. That would be cool, but the difference is I'm not a Raiders fan, nor have I ever had any interest really in the Raiders, and they're not like when I was younger, I kind of like the Broncos were like my second favorite team. Like when I was growing up, the Broncos were my second favorite team because John Elway was the fucking shit, right? And then I also really like Jake Plummer too. But by transitive, I had no reason to feel anything particularly positive about the Raiders, other than just like I thought their uniforms were cool. The Chiefs are another team. I thought they had cool helmets when I was a kid, so I kind of vibe with them. But again, I picked the Broncos as my second team, so I'm just not gonna like those other teams. And then the Chargers also like honestly, the AFC West has had some like solid. The AFC West has some really solid uniforms. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like those old school like navy blue Chargers helmets I've always liked. Never been a big fan of like the powder blues and like the white helmets and the really like soft color vibe from them. But I always loved those navy blue helmets from the Chargers. And then the Chiefs the Chiefs helmets I've always thought were pretty cool. The Raiders' whole uniform setup, maybe the best logo in the NFL. And then the Broncos have cool as fuck uniforms too. Like, that whole division just like nailing it as far as uniforms go. Like, brand and aesthetic and stuff, right? Fix the scoreboard. I don't want to, Mikey. What do I need to fix with this? Like, what am I? It says 48-10 in the fourth quarter. You must have said that earlier or something. It's 2 minutes left to go in the game. It's going to be a handoff to 31, and he goes nowhere. So the Bengals showed something on that play. They sure did. Skull Vikings. Well, yeah, y'all fucking got it done this time. Is this y'all taking your frustrations out on us because Dalvin Cook probably didn't fumble the ball in 2021? Is that what this is? Is this karma? I mean, I guess with a backup quarterback, I might as well just take the karma at this point. I'd rather cash out on the karma now than if, Joe Burrow's playing. One game where Isaiah Rodgers owned the Bengals. He sure did, Jettas. Welcome to the channel, by the way. I don't know if you're trying to troll me or you're just being excited about your team. It's another good run stop by the Bengals against the Vikings' 17th string wide receiver running back Cam Akers. But I don't know if you're just celebrating or if you're trying to troll me. But if you are trying to troll me, it's probably not going to work at this point because I'm dead on the inside at this point. If you want to watch me being pissed off, you're gonna have to rewind because I'm over it at this point. Then the game's over, and I'm about to win $70 because I put it on the Vikings to I accidentally put it on the Vikings to win by 31 points. When this was when they were already winning by 24 or something like that, right? But I meant to put it. I think I meant to put it on the money line, but I'm not. I don't know gambling. I just had free bets with DraftKings, so I put it on the Vikings to win by 30. I think it's 31.5 was the line, and I picked the over for the Vikings, and that barring. I literally don't even think it's possible for me to lose that bet now, right? Because no, it was 30.5, not 31.5. So I don't think it's possible for me to lose that bet right now, right? Because even if the Vikings fumble and the Bengals return it for a touchdown, then it's still a 31-point ball game, and I think I win the bet. And so unless the Bengals kick an onside kick or something, which at this point would be stupid. All right, it's going to be a toss to 36, and he blows through two Bengals players and almost breaks it, but trips over a Bengals player who falls down. That's Scott, Xavier Scott from Maine, which I don't know if I see too many players from Maine in the NFL, so that's kind of cool, honestly. Anyway, nice vid, bro. Yeah, and I'm gonna be honest with you. I've been saying all day today that this game is really defined by those turnovers. That's the final, by the way. Game over. So at least I won $70. But I've been saying all game, or at least since the second quarter, that this game wouldn't be as bad if it weren't for the turnovers, and the Bengals really would have had a chance, might have ended up winning this game if they'd been able to hold on to the goddamn ball, because, the defense was playing well until they just kind of until the game was basically over. It's just well, fuck it at this point, right? And the offense was getting going, and they kept turning the ball over, right? But if it hadn't been for those 5 turnovers, this could have gone a completely different way. And that's 100% copium. I'm being absolutely honest with you. It's 100% copium. I'm not trying to make excuses. It's more to say this is one game, so maybe it's better next week. But I also want to emphasize that I'm not trying to take away how good the Vikings look today, right? The Vikings, great game. Y'all made it happen. Those 5 turnovers defined the game, but at the same time, you got to do something with those turnovers, right? I've seen plenty of games where the Bengals get a bunch of turnovers, and then the offense can't do anything with the turnovers, so they end up being irrelevant, right? But the Vikings got 2 scores on defense and capitalized on the other. I think all 3 of the other turnovers, if I remember correctly. That last Jake Browning interception they might not have. Can't remember. Oh, no, they did. Yeah. So the Vikings, no, they didn't. They punted on. Oh wait, no, I'm looking at this in reverse. I think it's because the game's over. Okay, so, okay, so they did on all 5 of the Bengals turnovers. The Vikings ended up getting points. So. If you take away those turnovers, this is a much more evenly matched game, and perhaps the Bengals even win, because the defense was looking good and when they were motivated, and the offense was looking good at times, except when they were turning the ball over, right? But my point is, you have to actually do something with those turnovers, and that takes skill, and that takes, so all credit to the Vikings for capitalizing on the turnovers that they got. and I don't want to take anything away from them from winning 48-10. That's a really good game, you know. I also want to say that from a Bengals fan perspective, it is just one game. That's all I have to say about that. It is just one game. The Packers just lost to the Browns, so maybe they're a little bit more vulnerable than we thought they were. Next week we got a Denver team that generally looks pretty vulnerable, especially on offense. Their defense is pretty solid, but you know we could potentially come away with a win next week. You know, just get the shit together. You know, don't turn the ball over 5, 6, however many fucking times it was. And then you got the Lions. The Lions are going to be a tough game, but maybe you can steal one, right? The Packers should be like I said earlier, I'd be shocked if the Bengals beat them, but the way they just played against the Browns, you never know. But I would still be pretty shocked if the Bengals beat the Packers. But then you got Steelers, Jets, Bears, Steelers, Patriots, which that's like a 5-game stretch, and all 5 of those games are very winnable. And with the 2-0 start, we got to get 5 wins with Jake Browning. So, you know, if we can beat the Broncos and maybe steal one against the Lions or the Packers, then, you know, that'll be 2 of the 5 wins that we need, right? And then, you know, like I said, you got Steelers, Jets, Bears, Steelers, Patriots. At that point, you just need to win. You need to win 3 of those 5 games, right? Maybe you can steal one against the Ravens or Bills, but that's probably pretty unlikely. But you never know. You never know. So the whole season's still ahead of us. That's the good news. The good news is it's only week 3, and we did start 2-0. So, you know, it was a bad game, but we can come back next week and, you know, whatever. Good game to the Vikings. I respect the Vikings. I've never had a problem with the Vikings. You know, didn't enjoy this game, but, you know, good game, y'all. Black and silver. Brown just got not very colorful colors. Yeah, but okay, so black and silver is not colorful, but does it really need to be colorful to be good? Like, I think that black and silver is classic, dude. Like really, really solid. You know, I think that's slick. Oakland lost all 3 of their pro sports teams. I can see why that might bother you. That one's a fair criticism. A's, Raiders, and basketball team moved to San Francisco, I think. I can see why, you know, you would root against the team that moved. That's fair. My team plays tonight. Well, I will come to your stream at some point, Mikey. Who are you playing? You're playing right now. Yeah, y'all go to Mikey's stream. Saints, Seahawks. The Seahawks are up right now, but maybe the Saints... They probably won't win, but maybe, you never know. I'm going to catch up with these comments. Holy shit, I have a lot of comments to catch up with. Sorry, y'all. I was just too busy being depressed. Hello, Luger. Correction, 27-26. Eagles touchdown, but missed the 2-point try. Boo Rams. Indeed. I hate Orlando Brown. There's many, many people to be angry at before you get to Orlando Brown at this point, Luger. Luger. How do you even pronounce your name? Luger? I still believe we got a shot. Yeah, I believe we got a shot too. But we can't do this again, you know. But we only have to win 5 of the 12 games that we have Jake Browning starting, and it didn't have to be this game. It would have helped a lot if we won this game, but we did get a 2-0 start, and that helps. If it was possible for it to get this bad, then things can equally be as good, right? Possible, yes. I don't know if we're going to be blowing out any teams 48-10 with Jake Browning, but when Joe Burrow comes back, we could. Browns are in field goal range. Yep. Yeah, I'm way back then. Yeah, they already won. 2 seconds left. Browns spike it. I'm just going to probably go through those. Eagles return it for a touchdown. Yep, because you hate the Rams, right? That's did they win? Is that game? Yeah, they did win. The Eagles beat the Rams 33-26. Browns beat the Packers 13-10. Lose, Pack, lose. You're having a great day, aren't you, Jim? The Packers lose to the Browns, and y'all like embarrassingly beat the Bengals. You're having a good fucking day if you're Jim right now. I can bet I can find a reason to like and not like every team, so I can understand what you're trying to say, Kyle. Let's see. I'm gonna see if I can come up with a reason to like and dislike every team. The Steelers are gonna be hard, but I think I got one. I think I got one for the Steelers. List of NFL teams. Okay, so the Cardinals. I don't like the Cardinals. Well, right now I don't like the Cardinals because I thought the whole Kyler Murray situation was way overhyped and stupid and annoying. And Carson Palmer won a playoff game with them. So there's plenty of reasons for me to dislike the Cardinals. Reasons for me to like the Cardinals. They couldn't even get it done against the Steelers. And I don't have too many reasons to like the Cardinals. They're not a threat. Their blackout uniforms are kind of cool. I don't know. I don't really care much for the Cardinals. Falcons. 28-3 was funny. So that's a reason to like the Falcons. The sick uniforms. That black and red, beautiful. Don't anybody tell Mikey. But I really like the Falcons uniforms. That black and red's sick. Reasons to not like the Falcons. Mikey hates them. I don't know if that's a reason for me to dislike the Falcons. I can't really think of a reason to not like the Falcons. Some people would say Michael Vick probably, but I don't know if I would say I dislike the Falcons because of Michael Vick. And I don't even really hate Michael Vick in general. Like, I think he made a series of really awful decisions, but he also made up for it. You know, he expressed that he understood that he was wrong, and he didn't do anything like that again. And he donated money to animal shelters and stuff. So, you know, I think at this point in history, you know, you can hate Michael Vick for what he did, but I don't think I do. I hate what he did, but I think he ultimately, you know, showed that he can understand what he did wrong. But as far as reasons to hate Falcons, like, I don't know. I thought it was funny when they came back, when the 28-3 happened. I was rooting for the Patriots in that game. Matt Ryan is a little annoying, I guess. Just as a person, is not super annoying, just a little annoying, right? You're responding to my Browns-Raiders comment. Also, Rams were just as bad or better than the Browns, yet Cleveland still has an NFL team. Well, they got their NFL team back, John. That's the difference. Is like when the Rams left St. Louis, there hasn't been another expansion franchise since. The Browns got a team back because the NFL expanded. So that's actually what I said earlier, if you recall. I said I think St. Louis, if the NFL expands again, I think St. Louis would be in line for an NFL team. So the Browns only got their team back because of expansion, right? Okay, the Panthers. Well, I like the Panthers because they have pretty cool uniforms. I liked Cam Newton. I liked Jake Delhomme. In general, you know, like they're one of those like 95. They're one of the 295 teams that I thought was cool when I was a kid. I got plenty of reasons to like the Panthers. Plus, Andy Dalton plays for them. You know, I like that guy. Reasons to dislike the Panthers. Y'all. I was actually rooting against the Patriots in that Super Bowl, and you didn't win. So, how dare you? Couldn't beat Peyton Manning in the Broncos, which like I just don't like Peyton Manning. That's my whole thing there. I don't have a problem with the Broncos. I don't have a whole lot of reasons to dislike the Panthers. It's very hot in North Carolina and muggy. So there you go. The Bears. I've always thought the Bears were boring. You know, it was a boring mascot, boring logo, boring uniforms, and I get it's classic, but it's just not interesting. The Bears just always been boring, other than the 85 run. But other than that, the Bears are just a very boring team. I don't like them because of that. Reasons to like the Bears. Well, I like Chicago as a city. My buddy Jordan lives up in Chicago, so, you know, I think he's a Bengals fan, but It's good for the city of Chicago, I guess. But I like those Chicago dogs, and they got good food in Chicago. So Chicago's a nice place, in my opinion. So give the Bears that, I guess. The Cowboys. I can several reasons. Obviously, the whole America's team thing is probably reason number one to hate the Cowboys. Reasons to like the Cowboys. They beat the Steelers in one of those Super Bowls, so that was good for the Steelers not having 8 Super Bowl rings right now. I kind of vibe with the wearing white at home type of thing just because it's unique and interesting. The star logo is iconic. I like Dak Prescott as a person. So plenty of reasons to not hate the Cowboys. I used to hate the Cowboys just because of the whole America's team thing, but I think since then, also Tony Romo, can't hate Tony Romo. So Lions. It's gonna be hard to find reasons to not like the Lions, right? The Lions are, sometimes the Lions uniforms can be boring, I guess. But they're the Lions are the lovable losers, right? And right now they're looking pretty good, and maybe they can make a fun run. So I struggle to dislike the Lions, but I could probably find a way to do it, be petty enough to do it. The Packers are too fucking lucky all the time, and that's a good reason to dislike the Packers. Like they just need to be brought back down to fucking earth for once, please, for the love of God. On the other side of that, I really like their green and yellow color scheme. I love the fact that they are a communally owned team. I think that's really cool for the city of Green Bay. Duh. And they got a lot of really great history, and they've never really caused me any pain other than the one time Evan McPherson missed a bunch of field goals, but that was Evan McPherson's fault, not the Packers. So I don't know. I don't have too much of a problem with the Packers, except for the fact that they kind of need to be brought back down a little bit, get a little bit of piece of humble pie. The Rams beat us in the Super Bowl. That's easy. And I also don't like it when teams move, so that's also probably easy. And reasons to like the Rams. Matthew Stafford. How can you hate Matthew Stafford? That's a very likable guy. Up until he beat us in the Super Bowl, I liked Aaron Donald. Their uniforms are kind of dumb, but I kind of like the color scheme. The blue and yellow. That was actually my high school was blue and yellow. So that's to some extent I can see both sides with the Rams. The Vikings. I can see a pretty good reason not to like the Vikings right now, guys. Right, that one's pretty easy. That one's a gimme. Other than that, they fired Mike Zimmer. And the guys on the Let's Skull podcast made a good point that they didn't like Mike Zimmer kind of had to go because he kind of did it to himself. So it's not entirely the Vikings' fault there, but yeah. Other than this game, man, I don't have that much of a problem with the Vikings. Saints. Well, Mikey's a Saints fan, so that's a reason to like him, right? A lot of Saints fans are also Bengals fans because of Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase. So, we got a connection there. The Bengals and the Saints. Reasons to dislike the Saints. Well, they beat us 51-14 one time, and that sucked. And their fans trying to get the fucking the replay rules on trying to make it so that you have to replay pass interference. Regardless of what maybe that was the wrong call in the NFC Championship. I agree with that. Yeah, the Saints probably should have gone to the Super Bowl that year. And that sucks. And I'm sorry that sucks. But ruining football for the rest of us by trying to make the game even slower by replaying every single passing play to make sure that there wasn't any pass interference in a game where the defense basically has to find some way to softly interfere with every pass because they can't play real fucking defense anymore. I don't like the fact that Saints fans went on that crusade. I understand why, but I think even if that happened to the Bengals, I wouldn't be on board with changing the rule like that. Giants, Eli Manning. That's why I don't like the Giants. Reasons to like the Giants. Oh, and they didn't bring back Tommy Cutlets. Reasons to like the Giants. Tommy Cutlets. Tommy Cutlets. I do like those blue Giants helmets. I never really liked the NY blue helmets, but I always liked the blue like Phil Simms era and current alternate era Giants helmets. I've always thought those were pretty cool. Eagles. My sister lives in Philly. Green and black, super cool color combination. I got lots of reasons to like the Eagles. They beat the Chiefs. They embarrassed the Chiefs, right? You know, they didn't beat the Chiefs the other time. That's a reason not to like them. Their fans can be obnoxious. They've never really caused me any problems, but I imagine if I ever came across them in the wrong context, they would. So there's reasons there, I guess. I don't know. I feel pretty... I kind of like the Eagles, though. 49ers. Well, they beat us in 2 Super Bowls, so that one's not even hard. They beat us. Fuck you, 49ers. Reasons to like the 49ers. They have a very unique brand. The red, gold, and black is kind of a cool aesthetic. The being the 49ers is interesting. I don't know. I think I gave enough reasons, right? The Seahawks, I've always liked the Seahawks uniforms, right? Reasons to dislike the Seahawks, they lost to the Steelers in the Super Bowl. Fuck you. Other than that, I'm not. I have few feelings about the Seahawks. Also, the city of Seattle seems like a nice place. Never been, but I want to go. The Buccaneers. I had an ex who was a really big Buccaneers fan, and I found it very annoying. And at 33, I should have let that go, right? But I never really let that go. So I guess there's that. For disliking the Buccaneers, but reasons to like them: they have a cool logo, Baker Mayfield, the cannon at their stadiums. There's plenty of reasons to like the Buccaneers. It's just, I have mixed feelings about the Buccaneers because of the Knicks. The Commanders. The Commanders. I think the reason I dislike the Commanders is because of their name. Y'all should have stayed the Washington football team because that was funny. That was really funny, and I'm disgusted that you got rid of the funny name. Reasons to like them: Jaden Daniels. There you go. Oh, and they won the Super Bowl the year I was born, so there's that. Ravens. Believe it or not, I have plenty of reasons to like the Ravens. Mostly their uniforms, the black and purple, like the dark black and purple, and then the gold highlights. That's really cool. The city of Baltimore has, like, those crab cakes are really good. I love seafoody type of places. I've had one bad experience in Baltimore, but that doesn't, discolor all of the good experiences I've had in Baltimore. Seafood. Reasons to dislike the Ravens: where to begin? They're fans. I don't like it when teams move, and that was done in a really shady way. The Ravens, they're fans. Again, they're rivals with the Bengals, so all that. Lamar Jackson played at Louisville, so I have many reasons to dislike Lamar Jackson. They're fans, again. Might be it. I think that might be it. Got through all the obvious ones, right? The Bills. Obviously, there's always been a bit of a, in recent years, because of the whole Damar Hamlin thing, like, Bengals fans and Bills fans are kind of like, friends, and not when we play each other, but other than that, Bengals and Bills fans are friends. They've generally had pretty cool uniforms throughout the years. I've got no problem. Josh Allen's a pretty fun quarterback to watch. Reasons to dislike the Bills: Marv Levy. I think I've said this on my channel before, but like, you know, an LA Bengals fan mentioned it when I was on the Skullcast or the Let's Skull podcast or whatever. Yeah, so I'll respond. Notification is an interesting thing. Not to kick y'all when you're down, but I've heard nothing but hate from Bengals fans coming on to Bills fans from the 2022 game. Well, you're not paying attention then, because like after the 2022 game, there was nothing but love between Bills and Bengals fans, and then they played each other again, and then there was a lot of like vitriol there for a while because you're playing each other. You're not going to be friends when you play each other, right? But I mean, there's some Bengals fans who are still shitty about it. But I think in general, the majority of Bengals fans feel positively about the Bills, right? That's been my experience. Most Bengals fans, outside of when we play each other, feel pretty positively about the Bills. Again, reasons to dislike the Bills: Marv Levy, and the fact that he tried to basically get our playing style banned in the 80s, and then when he couldn't get it banned, he adopted it. And then everybody credits him for, you know, his amazing no huddle offense when we started that shit, and he tried to whine and get it banned. So yeah, I have very mixed feelings on the Bills, but I'd say these days I like them more than I dislike them. Jets did the same thing, blocked field goal and return for a touchdown. I don't even know who's playing right now. Normally I'd be off by now, but I guess I'll, you know, check in with some of these games since I'm still streaming. Jets trying to come back and pull off the win over the Bucks. Damn, that sucked. You were way off on your prediction. Pain. Oh, yeah, I sure was, Jim. I was way the fuck off. Now, I will say, I think my prediction wasn't too bad if it hadn't been for all of the turnovers, because if it hadn't been for all of the turnovers, I still think that 31-20, based on the way the game was going other than the turnovers, I think it would have been like much more close. I mean, you know, the Bengals offense was doing pretty decent. The Bengals defense was doing pretty decent, but was kind of porous. So like a mildly high scoring game with the Bengals kind of coming away with the win at the end, I think is a totally reasonable prediction, considering how most of the game, when it was still like I mean, when the game was like over and like by the fourth quarter, neither of the teams really gave a shit anymore. But for definitely the first half, and then most of the third quarter, I think other than the turnovers, I was pretty... I wasn't too far off how the game, like, kind of went, you know, for other than the turnovers. The turnovers are the entire story of this game, like, without question. But lose, pass, lose, love, average quarterback at best. He's not an average quarterback. He's an inconsistent, erratic quarterback, I think is the main thing. Burrow is out over 2 months. Hello? What? I don't... Yeah, he's out over 2 months. I get... Okay. What does that have to do with anything? Go Buccaneers. Yeah, go Baker Mayfield, I guess. I have no positive feelings really about the Jets necessarily. I mean, they have cool helmets. I prefer the Washington football team name over the Commanders. It was unique to the NFL. I agree. It was unique, and it was interesting. And it was also funny because the abbreviation was WFT, which was, you know, like, kind of could be misinterpreted as WTF. And then, like, and then people got so mad about it. I thought it was funny, right? So that's a big reason not to like them. I remember even last year, a lot of y'all say we were lucky how to only play Denver instead of y'all. You were, and that's not hate, dude. That's us talking about our like the Bengals were playing well. You know you didn't want to play the Bengals at the end of the year. That's not hate. That's you being too sensitive. If you think the Bengals fans are being mean because of that, that's you being too sensitive. That was accurate. You know, you definitely much. You weren't gonna blow us out the way you blew out the Broncos. Can you argue with me that you were happy to not see us? You were absolutely lucky. Everybody in the NFL said you guys were lucky to get the Broncos instead of us. Nobody wanted to play the Bengals in the playoffs last year. That was, I don't know how you even argue against that. 10-0, Saints lose. They suck. Replace the quarterback, please. You tell Mikey that. I don't know enough about how Spencer Rattler's doing. I thought he looked pretty good the couple of times I looked at him. I hear a lot of Bengals fans even today saying we own Buffalo. Do we not? I think you're just being too sensitive, man. Like, nothing that you're saying a lot of things that are accurate. Like, Joe Burrow kind of has the Bills' number. That's not wrong. You know, when we play you guys later this year, there's a good chance you guys win, but Joe Burrow's probably not going to be playing in that game either. So I'm just saying, you know. We just gotta hope Browning can squeak out 6 wins, 50%. That's the plan, and when Burrow comes back, we will be back to 400 plus passing yards for the playoffs. Well, squeak out 5 wins, Leather Turkey, because if we squeak out 5 wins, then we'll have 7 wins going into that 3-game stretch at the end of the season when Joe Burrow theoretically is back. And then if we can win all 3 of those games, then we then we can finish the season 10-7 and should have a pretty solid shot of making the playoffs at that point, I would think. This dude is delusional. You saying I'm delusional? About what? What am I delusional about? I'm confused. I feel I've been pretty realistic this whole time. Other than this part where I was being intentionally delusional. Good Lord, the Seahawks are up 21-0 on the Saints. Rest in peace, Mikey. No hate, honestly. Hope Joe Burrow can play against us December 7th. I know he's out for 3 months. I still believe the Bengals can make the playoffs. Yeah, and I want to make it clear. I don't hate the Bills at all. Like, I definitely wasn't a fan of the Bills until the Josh Allen era because of the whole Marv Levy thing. But, like, I would love to see a Josh Allen, Joe Burrow matchup in the playoffs, you know? Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, I like the Bills. Most Bengals fans I know like the Bills. There are some shithead Bengals fans out there, and they're typically louder than the not shithead fans. But, you know, maybe it's not unanimous across all Bengals fans, but I would say most Bengals fans like the Bills. I'd say our fan bases are friends. That's my interpretation and what I see on the ground level. You know, I have never seen any consistent hatred or you know, maybe there's a little bit of like rivalry because we keep playing games that matter against each other, and you know, the Bengals are always kind of in it even when they don't, you know, make it all the way. The Bengals are always kind of like in the mix, and we always happen to play the Bills. But, you know, I don't think Bengals and Bills fans hate each other. I think some Bengals fans are shitheads, and I think probably some Bills fans are shitheads too. It's just any fan base. But, like, yeah, no hate from me as far as the Bills go. No real hate from me, other than, fuck you, Mark Levy, but other than him. Commanders is such a generic name. That's the other thing. It's so generic. Could have had more of a kick to it. Football team had personality than Commanders. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. The Commanders is a really boring, dumb name. Like, if you're going to change the name, like, what was it? It was like the Red Wolves, or they had some sort of, like, name that they originally wanted to go with, and then some guy copyrighted it and they couldn't. But they had some interesting name options that they could have switched to, and they switched to the Commanders, which is dumb and boring. So, I don't know. I wish they would have kept the Washington football team name, personally. My best friend is a Bills fan, and there is actively a consistent love I see between the fan bases, especially since the Hamlin incident. The love between us goes back to when we got them to the playoffs. Part of the reason for this too is because, like, one of the most well-known, like, Bengals fan commentators is what's his name? I should know his name off the top of my head. He used to be on the Locked On Bengals podcast. God, why can't I remember his name? Fuck. This is going to kill me. I don't know why I can't remember his fucking name. I talk about him being, like, well-known, but if I can't fucking remember, then how well-known really is he? But, like, trust me, among Bengals fans, he's, like, one of the most famous people who's famous for being a Bengals fan, right? Again, among Bengals fans. Why can't I remember? Joe Goodberry, that's his name. His brother is a Bills fan, and they're very much known for doing a lot of things together. So that's part of why the Bengals and Bills fan bases get along, is because of the Goodberry brothers. Yeah, so there's definitely love between the teams. Okay, I'm going to finish with my list, and then I'm gonna go. But my next team, funnily enough, is actually the Bengals. So why do I love the Bengals? The number of times I've explained that on this channel, I don't know if I could go through all those reasons right now, man. Like, they're my team. I'm from Cincinnati. They've got in my opinion, the coolest fucking uniforms and coolest helmets in the NFL. Orange and black is a sick fucking color combination. I like I said, I grew up around here. My dad had season tickets when I was a kid, so even though they were awful back then, going to Bengals games is like just such a fun memory for me. It's been a bonding experience for me and my son. I've built a brand and a channel, not a very large one, but I've had a lot of fun following the Bengals even when they break my heart. Reason. There's like, I probably haven't even gotten all the reasons why I love the Bengals, because they're my fucking team, dude. Why do I hate the Bengals? Because they hurt me. That's it. Because they hurt me. The Browns. Why would I like the Browns? They often end up with quarterbacks that I kind of like. Not Deshaun Watson, but like Joe Flacco. I don't really have too much of a problem with Joe Flacco. They had Jake Delhomme there for a while, and I was a fan of Jake Delhomme. Derek Anderson, Baker Mayfield, some of the players, like Myles Garrett, I think Myles Garrett's pretty cool. Thomas, the Battle of Ohio podcast is really what kind of started this whole, online video production presence for me. So reasons to, like the Browns for those reasons. Reasons to hate the Browns, because their fans are dicks, and they're rivals with the Bengals. And their uniforms are boring and ugly. There's plenty of reasons there. Broncos. Reasons to like the Broncos. John Elway. The sick fucking uniforms. Every era of sick uniforms, by the way. Right now, I don't really like the current incarnation of the Broncos very much, but Patrick Surtain II is pretty cool, right? Reasons to dislike the Broncos. Peyton Manning. I don't like Peyton Manning. Sean Payton. I'm not the biggest fan of Sean Payton. Just individual people, not really things with the actual franchise itself. The Houston Texans. Reasons to like them, because they're the newest team in the NFL, and that's cool and unique and interesting. They've had, a lot of, they've never really been a major threat, but they've always been kind of interesting. Joe Mixon's there, and I love Joe Mixon. Reasons to dislike the Texans. Well, they beat us 2 years in a row in the fucking playoffs, and I've never really kind of let that go. And J.J. Watt was like, red rifle, more like Red Ryder BB gun. And, okay, so yeah, there's reasons not to like the Texans there too, right? The Indianapolis Colts. Johnny Unitas was a Baltimore Colt, but Johnny Unitas was pretty cool. I don't have a lot of reasons to like the Colts. Andrew Luck. I like Andrew Luck, but they also fucked Andrew Luck over too, so I don't know if that even counts. I don't have a lot of reasons to like the Colts. I don't actually have a lot of reasons to dislike the Colts either, though. Like, other than, again, Peyton Manning. And they're also, like, they're the closest NFL team to us. So there's a lot of Colts fans around here, and their fans were pretty annoying when they were like good in the mid 2000s. But again, nothing really substantial, you know. Jaguars, fucking love their uniforms, love their color scheme, love their whole branding. Like with the Panthers, they're one of those 95 teams that came out when I was like 3, and I thought that was really cool. Their stadium has a fucking pool. You know, like, I mean, like, I really want the Jaguars to be good for lots of reasons, but they're just really bad. Reasons to not like the Jaguars, because they can't live up to me hoping that they're good, you know? I don't know. Chiefs. Cool-ass helmets. I liked those helmets when I was a kid. Reasons to dislike the Chiefs. Patrick Mahomes. And I don't want to dislike Travis Kelce, because he played for UC, but he's a really dislikable person, you know? Their fucking arrogant shithead-ass fan base that's maybe, I don't want to say worse than Steelers fans, but good lord, they are just, the Chiefs fan base is just awful, man. Raiders. Reasons to like the Raiders, I already went through it. The uniforms, the aesthetic, the vibe of their fans, the black hole, lots of reasons there. Reasons to dislike the Raiders, well, they moved, and I don't like it when teams move. I don't really particularly care for Vegas. I went there one time, and the only thing I really liked was hiking around, and in the like the Nevada desert, right? Al Davis was kind of ugly. Mark Davis is weird. I know one Raiders fan who's really annoying, but you know, it's fine. They cursed us because of the Bo Jackson curse, you could argue. I mean, not really. You can really argue, but you could maybe say that, like, hurting Bo Jackson cursed us in the playoffs for 30-something years, so that's probably not good. But then again, they were the team that we beat to win, you know, our first playoff game in 30 years, so I don't know. The Chargers, I don't like Justin Herbert. Justin Herbert made me look stupid when I said he was going to be a bust in the draft. And then he didn't even have the decency to just be consistently good. He's just like, he's always out there doing all the stuff that I said was going to be a bust. And yet he still makes incredible plays and is like one of the better quarterbacks in the NFL. That shit pisses me off. Because it's just like, pick a fucking lane, Justin Herbert. I already said I don't like the powder blues. They're kind of sort of bringing some of the navy blues back, and I like that. Never liked Joey Bosa. He's gone now, but never was a really big fan of Phillip Rivers. I always found him kind of like goofy in a weird way. Dolphins. I think it's pretty cool that they went undefeated one time. Their mascot's dumb. I got a friend who's a Dolphins fan, and so I'm kind of up and down with the Dolphins because of him. Like, sometimes he makes me want the Dolphins to do well, and sometimes he makes me want the Dolphins to do poorly, because he also likes to talk a lot of trash. But he's also a pretty, you know, in some ways he's a pretty good person, so I don't know. They beat us in the Shula Bowl. Not that there was any chance that we were going to win that game, but the Patriots, they stuck it to the Steelers and their "you got 6 rings" bullshit, you know, like, you know, the Patriots, they gave the world Tom Brady, and I love Tom Brady. The Patriots are the Boston team, and I love the city of Boston. 28-3 was fucking hilarious, and they gave that to the world. Yeah, all sorts of things. Reasons to not like the Patriots. Oh, and Bill Belichick. I've always kind of liked Bill Belichick. Reasons to not like the Patriots. The whole "we're on" to Cincinnati nonsense that, you know, like, what was that? I think that was 2018, might have been 2016. But we were starting out good in the season, looking like, you know, oh, we're going to do well. Come up to the Patriots and they blow us out, and the fucking season's basically over after that. Like, the way they played the rest of the season. The cheating's annoying, you know, like, I do like the Patriots, but, like, there's always going to be that asterisk on their dynasty because of all the fucking cheating, you know? So that's annoying. The Jets, cool helmets. Stole Boomer Esiason from us. But that was also the Bengals' fault, not the Jets' fault. I never really liked Rex Ryan.
Also, they beat us in the playoffs one year, and I generally don't like teams that beat us in the playoffs. You know, so the whole Mark Sanchez era Jets, bleh. They also weren't even wearing the green helmets back then, so that was that. They were doing the white helmets, and I think those white helmets are dumb. Joe Namath guaranteeing the Super Bowl was pretty cool, though, so I don't know. I'm up and down on the Jets. The Steelers. Shall I count the ways I hate them? Their fan base sucks. They beat us. They hurt Carson Palmer, and we lost in the playoffs because of it. They hurt Andy Dalton, and we, probably lost in the playoffs because of it against them. Almost beat them, and then they just got the luckiest series of fucking events because the Bengals shot themselves in the foot in that 15 game. To be fair, 16 technically was the year it happened in, but it was the 15 season. But yeah, like and their fans just annoying, shitty, fucking awful, the trolliest goddamn fucking fan base, and like the fucking TV goddamn loves them all the time. The Chris Collinsworth won't stop fucking talking them up every time you hear them in a game. It's like, dude, I thought you were a Bengals player. Why are you sitting here like? And it's okay for him to be unbiased. It's okay for him to say nice things about the Steelers as well, but he never fucking shut up about Ben Roethlisberger and shit. And it's just like, shut the hell up, Chris Collinsworth. Oh my God, the Steelers fans just are the reason I despise them because the as a whole that fan base is just the gutteriest fucking trash. And not all of them. I've met some decent Steelers fans, and I could say so much more as to why I hate the Steelers, but Mike Tomlin and his fucking never losing record, piece of shit ass, can't ever be good and make me feel slightly better about the Bengals being bad. I'm coping at this point, but reasons to like the Steelers, I really don't have many, but the food in Pittsburgh is generally pretty good. It's a nice place to stop off when I'm heading to the East Coast on a road trip. So there's that, I guess. Got to think of something nice to say about them, but there's very few things I hate in life more than the Pittsburgh Steelers. For real. And not like in a real serious way, right? Because it's just football at the end of the day, but in a vitriolic way for sure though. Best Bengals memory I have was getting to see Pac-Man punt return touchdown live against the Browns. I don't remember that one, but Pac-Man was a fun returner for sure. You could clip this and make it its own video. I could. Maybe I will, John. I don't know. I have been recording this one actually, so I could. Maybe I will. You don't like Indiana Jones. There's another reason to not like the Colts, Jeff. I don't like Daniel Jones, and the whole Indiana Jones nonsense is getting on my nerves. So right now, that's annoying. And the reason I don't like Daniel Jones is because he played at Duke. Let's be clear. It's the only reason. And I hate Duke. Fuck Duke. And Christian Laettner. I don't know if streaming and your team is good or bad. 21-0. What? I'm lost, Mikey. If the Bengals finish with 6 or 7 wins, you think about a new head coach. Huh? You mean 6 to 7 wins total? Well, obviously, yeah. Because if you start 2-0 and you finish with 6 wins, then that's pathetic. Even without Joe Burrow, like finishing with 6 wins is pathetic because you start out 2-0. You tell me you can't win 4 more games the whole rest of the year. Yeah, I agree. Get rid of Zach Taylor if they finish with 6 wins. And honestly, like, they almost kind of need to make the playoffs for me to still be on board with Zach Taylor, Jeff. I don't think I'll call for his head if they come close to making the playoffs and then just kind of don't. But I'm gonna really be. I won't be mad if they get rid of him either. But if they make the playoffs, then fuck it, dude. Keep them around. Tennessee Titans. Reasons to dislike the Titans. Well, they used to be the Oilers, and that's a reason to like and dislike the Titans right there. So the Oilers were Bengals rivals, but also the Oilers had a really interesting You know, like kind of like with the was it I guess the Washington football team, kind of the idea there, right? Like, you know, they had kind of they did powder blue right. Not, I don't like the way the Chargers do it, but the way the Oilers did powder blue, or it wasn't powder blue, it was like some other blue or whatever. But the way the Oilers did that light blue, that was kind of cool. Jerry Glanville, that's a reason to not like the Oilers, because like him and Sam White just he was a douchebag, and Sam White just always let him have it over that shit. But you know, the Oilers are also, I want to say, up until the Oilers might still be responsible for like our biggest win in franchise history. What even was that? Yeah, the Bengals scored 61 points against the Houston Oilers in 1989, just a couple of years before I was born. I don't remember the final score of that one, though. I remember the Bengals had 61. I don't remember what the Oilers had. I think it was 7. It was 61-7. Beat down on Jerry Glanville's Oilers. That was a good thing. That was a good thing. But again, I thought they had a pretty unique aesthetic, and, you know... So the Houston Oilers history is both a reason to dislike and like the Titans. But beyond that, well, their fans were kind of annoying a couple years ago. I don't have a whole lot of other reasons to dislike the Titans, though. A lot of UK fans are also Titans fans, so that's maybe a reason to like the Titans. But then again, maybe it's a reason to dislike them. Y'all should be Bengals fans, right? Not the Titans, okay? Steve McNair was pretty cool, and they were responsible for him having a career. Derrick Henry is always fun to watch. Not right now while he's with the Ravens, but overall, in general, I always had fun watching Derrick Henry play for the Titans. Their uniform, their logo is really cool. I really like that. Like, you know, they're using like the logo of Tennessee to kind of like make that cool aesthetic there. The Titans is a cool name. But again, they're another team that moved. So, and I don't like it when teams move. So, I gotta ding them for that, right? So I'm up and down on the Titans. I don't know. But anyway, yeah, that's just me continuing to talk because I don't want to face the reality that is how badly my team just got absolutely fucked today, right? I think that bet should have processed, right, though, so maybe I can just confirm that I did win my bet. And I got my profit boost on that, too, right? Got that 50% profit boost. Yeah, I didn't... Okay, so I was a little off on my estimate, but I did win $64.77, so that'll be gas money until I get paid, right? So the Bengals lost, but I also won $65. I mean, you know, I was just telling my wife how, you know, I'm a little broke this week, so it'd be nice if I could have a little bit of a boost, and there you go. There you go. The Bengals humiliating themselves, put gas in my car this week, right? And might buy my family a pizza because I don't feel like cooking at some point this week, right? So thank you, Bengals, for providing sustenance for my family and my ability to get to work for the next 3 days. That game still fucking sucked, though. Y'all gotta do better than that. Okay, bye. Who Day is how I always end every stream, even when they suck this fucking badly. So, yeah, leave y'all as always with a Who Day. Woo!